All right, we are back to the game. All right, so last week the guys went cleared the mountainous tunnels that went from or that go from Sanguina to Vorostakavo. Kava? Kova. Anyway, the guys cleared out the area. They were basically they just uh, killed some wraith and a couple of dire trolls that they kind of bumped into last week. They met one of the new adventurers down in the area. He basically was scouting out the area. He has his own backstory. He came to the frozen reaches without the players. He was doing his own thing. He had a couple of NPC friends that he kind of grouped up with, and they ended up all disappearing while he was lurking underneath the mountains of Vorostokova. All right, so now they basically did a favor for one of the major NPCs. Let me go ahead and put the camp because this guy, well, he's somewhat important. He's basically the general from the Voroskokov. He's the guy that is in charge of the lands, which the lands underneath had a good relationship with Sangunia. So everything was good until a couple of months ago. Everything kind of fell apart. A couple of the temples down in the lower country, which they worship this fertility god. They were North people. They're Scandinavian or whatever you want to call them. So they were, they have this fertility kind of thing. Anyway, long story short, the whole place went to hell. The invasion from the creatures on the north happened down south. Not only that, a couple of the items from one of the players who is technically not playing, his items disappeared, but that's not really that important. All right, so right now, since they've cleared out the tunnel to the north, they are the general, which is let me get the camp. The general, who is basically in charge of the army from the south, can start to invade the lands to the north. Now, when they want to invade, they want to scout out the area, make sure because there's a lot of weird things that are happening in the north. Flying bat creatures have been sighted going to the south as well as to the north. So the general is basically saying, look, there's a lot of unusual undead and bat creatures that are basically invading the south, taking the citizens and flying them north. All right, so they've also bumped into one of the Vistani who mentioned that there's a lot of new people, a lot of civilians, or I guess victims. Let's just call them civilians that have been coming from the Ravenloft Mist into the northern countries. Now they're coming to the southern countries as well. The only difference is that the southern countries are not. It's just a migration of refugees that are coming into the south, whereas the north they're basically being trafficked to the one of the major cities, which is Tirgo. So, and the perpetual nighttime that is happening in the north is also unusual. Now, it's not to the point where the South is only seeing the daylight. The South is seeing the daylight in the nighttime, but for whatever reason, the North has a perpetual full moon nighttime, and that basically happens as soon as you cross the mountains. So the closer you start to get to the north, or I guess you could say the castle Gurini, the again, it starts to get to the point where it's like full midnight, full moon time. The closer you start to get to the center of the country. It's not to say that Fargus is not full moon. It's just that the time for Fargus is, I would say maybe it's 11 o'clock. It's not that big of a deal. There's not a major difference in whether the full moon is at 12 o'clock as opposed to 11 o'clock. It's still the same thing. It's just the symbolism of the nighttime that is important. Sort of like when Jesus in Bethlehem and the star was over that Bethlehem deal. Anyway, I don't want to go into too many weird analogies, but you get the idea. All right, so we have a new person. Let me go ahead and put him in the. Oh, or if he has any questions, do you have any questions, or you just? I mean,
I made my character level 12. Is that what it is, or is it higher? Or I'm just asking.
We're level 13 now.
Yeah, I could be level 12. I will always. It's faster to gain level.
you can. Well, the guys know a little bit more about. I don't really mess with the player leveling, but if you have questions about that, you could always talk to the guys about that. Out there.
I don't know. I know how to level up on the system. It's not. Yeah, it's but I can start at level 12. It's
What?
I think I made a little bit powerful guy person, so he needs to be pushed down a little
Uh,
bit. I think.
yeah. Well, OPs are my specialty. All right.
No, I didn't make an overpowered back. I just made a little bit style. That's like it.
Well, these guys are way OP, so they
Yeah. Okay.
might
So
take.
you're they were European. It's
We got a
Uh,
crap ton of gold, for lack of a better term, when we were
yeah.
level
yeah.
5 for getting into a extremely deadly encounter that we stacked on magic items and
Yeah.
stuff. So we're level 13s right now. We level every 2 weeks. So for next Sunday, we'll all be leveling to 14.
Ooh.
So if you want to throw your 13th level on there now just to be with the rest of the party, feel free to do that because we'll be leveling again for next week.
Okay, okay, I can put up easy up. It's just put it one like this and take average and no
Yeah, we do
and put
average hit points.
and I pick in one extra spell and for a level, so I put take in disintegrate. Always good.
Yeah, I don't really micromanage the players. It's we there's no need for that. I kind of throw a bunch of stuff at them, even you know, way beyond what is allowed in D&D.
Yeah,
But yeah, so
I, I
I don't care.
yeah. I
Uh,
my last campaign people leveled up to level 20 and they still felt underpowered. Yeah.
well, I mean, if they go up against like CR30 monsters, I mean that might be a challenge for them. But
It's not the CR, it's the situation they meet the CR 2020. It's
yeah,
most
yeah,
horrible.
yeah. All right, well, let me go ahead and put you guys in the map. So I'll just go ahead and put you in the map where Mr. Let me go ahead and put you guys on here. All right, so the battle has pretty much been won. This is really between the players and this guy. This guy's the general for the southern lands. He's the guy that. Let me turn on the lights because you guys are like, hey, then it's dark here. Ambiance, light, turn that on. And
Do you
there's,
have any?
yeah.
Hmm.
And let me
Do
go
you
ahead.
have any?
Yeah, go
Oh,
ahead.
okay. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Do you have any things out how I get it, or could I just role play and tell a story that actually it's how I if I meet them, why I'm here, and different things like that.
Yeah, so basically, I'm going to introduce you here after the battle. Mr. Gregor is relying or depending on the players since they are so hardcore that he is basically relying them to scout out the area to the north. All right, so we'll go ahead and start here. All right, so Mr. Greg, basically says, well, you guys have done a splendid job. He comes in with his full metal plate armor because again, he's just fought a couple of cloakers. You guys did see a little bit of that battle. A bunch of like hundreds of cloakers were just flying over the battalion of this Mr. Gregor Zoliknik. Anyway, so he's taken over the pathway that goes from the north to the south underneath the mountain. The guys have just cleared out one of the undead areas. It used to be an old outpost. Now they can pretty much take it over and then just move their armies forward with the help of these guys. So, all right. So Mr. Gregg says he kind of meets whoever the leader is. The guys who will role play whoever. I don't care who talks to me. Anyway, so he comes up to you, whoever the leader of the group is. He pets you on the puts his hand over you, whoever's talking's shoulder, and he's got a big smile on his face. He says, "Well done, heroes!" And then he goes over the land of the South. So he basically congratulates you guys. A couple of his assistants, they look overwhelmed with happiness since you guys are hardcore killers. And he says, let's get down to business. We do know that there's a perpetual darkness to the lands to the north. Unfortunately, we've sent out at least 24 men to scout out the area to the north. They've not made it back. It might be a little premature for us to say if they've been captured. We don't know. And one of the assistants basically says to him, "Look, my lord, unfortunately, our men are not. Their morale is not as high as we would like." And then Mr. Gregor looks at the team and says, "Look, you can understand that we have nothing but high respect for you guys. I hate to ask this of you, but I would like for you men to at least scout out the areas to the north. Perhaps you can find out what happened to my scouts. There was at least 12 of them. I'm not exactly sure if they've been captured or even if they're alive right now, but I would like you to maybe investigate that." And then he kind of looks back at his assistant, and he says that they're having problems with the miners. They've basically taken over that region, but there's still a couple of what are those? What's that creature? That purple worms. So they've just had notification that there's purple worms that are attacking. Let me show the new guys this. There's a lot of things happening, guys. So if you get confused, just go ahead and just say, "Hey, I can't remember what the hell's going on." You can ask me or ask the guys. They probably are gonna.
That's all right. My character probably can't remember what the hell's going on, anyways.
Okay, well, just as long as you guys are aware that there's multiple things that for the new person, I run a sandbox game, so you guys can do whatever you want. I don't care what you do. So it's not like you have to do something. For example, he's going to talk to the players about what's happening in the. Let me get the map for the guys. They probably already know what the hell I'm going to do here, which is give them another side mission.
Side mission, side mission, side
Yeah.
mission, side mission.
Well,
Side-
yeah. Well, I'm all about side missions. All right, so here's the tunnel that you guys are technically in. You're like right about here. All right. Well, my ping is not working, but let me go ahead and draw that. All right, so you guys are about here. Anyway, so he's talking to you about this area here, guys. Anyway, he's saying that they've been having some problems with some purple worms. You guys don't have to make a check for purple worms. You can check. Oh, by the way, new people, it's an open book game. I don't care if you're looking at the monsters manual. As a matter of fact, I encourage it because I make mistakes. I never hardly ever look at the monster stats before I throw them at the players. Which is
Worms?
yeah,
Worms be small and squishy. I
yeah,
put them on my hook for fishing.
yeah.
What?
So this area here, they're basically been having some problems with the purple worms. Some of its battalion has forced been retreat back to this area here. I'll go ahead and just put a little squiggly lines down here. Anyway, so they've been forced to retreat, and he's not looking at the players because he's giving out orders. But you guys over here, what he's talking about with one of his assistants that is basically telling him that shit is going sideways in the mined areas. Anyway, whether the players want to get involved with that, that's on them. I don't, that's if they want to do that, they can do that. The Mr. General is not really asking them for help because he knows that he would need to use them for the advancement of their troops to the north. So he's like, well, if they want to get involved, that's them. But I actually would rather for them to go scout out the north, or even maybe bring back the men that have disappeared, the scouts that have disappeared. So, the players are going to have to think, well, what should we do here? Should we go to the north? Should we look for these scouts? Or just basically book on to the north and figure out what the hell's going on in the first city, which is Fargasa. It's this city here. Let me go ahead and put you guys on the map. Anyway, this is the first city that you guys are probably going to bump into. All right, so anyway, there you go. So it's pinging now. All right, so this is where you guys kind of figure out what you want to do, and then move forward. So there's three things that I threw at you: the purple worms, the finding of the 12 scouts, or just making it to Faguras, and checking out and basically just investigating what the hell's going on, because these guys they have to, the players have to get the hell out of Ravenloft because they've got important shit to do in Sigil, and that's another whole crazy campaign separate from what's going on here. So those are two separate things that are happening. Anyway, they got to get back to Sigil before the communists take over Norway. All right, so
No,
all right.
we
Well,
we are the most communist
yeah,
nation in Europe, man.
yeah. Well, I'm basing my campaign over your country.
Yeah,
So
Nordvik is actually
yeah.
a place in Norway.
Well, no, I don't know. I'm just messing. Look, I talk a lot of shit, Mr. Dude. I talk a lot of shit. So don't
Yeah,
when
it's good.
and I drink a lot. So don't get don't. I
Uh,
usually talk a lot of shit. Anyway, enough for me. I'm already explained everything. The players take over from here. I'm gonna fill my glass with some ice, and then you guys can decide on what you want to do. So I'll be back in a second.
mhm.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I want to get the new guy in. So let me go ahead and put you guys in the tunnel. This is where the general is going to introduce the new guy. Say, look, you can make up your own background,
Yeah.
Mr. Wolfgar.
I actually wrote 2 pages background. Actually, I can
Yeah.
paste.
Yeah, if you want to talk to the guys about, what your goals are and all that good
Yeah.
stuff, I'll go ahead and put you guys
I think
back
it fits
in.
the shadow thing. Actually, it fits it very good. Actually, the shadow thing, because I am the master of shadow from sent by Raven Queen.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah,
Mhm.
you keep talking, buddy. Keep talking. All right,
Yeah.
so yeah,
Mhm.
you're not, you probably never played it. Anyway, we'll see what you got. Let's see what you got.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so let me put the new guy in. Mr. New Guy, you can drag and drop. As a matter of fact, the assistant DM, which is Eldor, well, he's not
Mm.
Eldor anymore. He's Morel.
Morale.
He's not. He's not in Roll20. He's not in Foundry.
I am.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, Mr. Drummer. All right, so Mr. Drummer can explain things. I tend to ramble, which I often do. So I'm
Mm.
gonna get some ice, and he'll or they will fill you in on this crazy Ravenloft Adrenochrome campaign. All right, so I'll be back in a
Good.
bit.
Yeah, I can maybe introduce myself.
Sure. Do your intro.
I move closer. I look very dark. Seems like the darkness follows me. I have a raven on top. It seems either an illusion or like a ghostly raven. And as I move closer, you seem like the face of me. I look like an elf, but I'm more diffuse and dark. And I speak with a little bit darker voice than me. And I come up and say, I am Heinrich von Karstein. Ich bin der Master of deine Dunkelheit. Sorry. I am the Master of Shadows. I sent here by the Raven Queen. I will, and she tells me you need me for a quest. And I look around. Birds. She said doesn't say anything about birds. I like birds more than humans, but still. Small owl? Hmm.
Well, we haven't heard of the Raven Queen, but we're always looking for companions to aid us in our mission.
You haven't heard of Raven Queen? The master of the plane of shadows, almost? Hmm. You heard of Shadow Weave or something like that? The magic of the shadow? Hmm. You have to do that. I look up towards anything that looks like a wizard. Or what do you say, little man? Isn't there a wizard?
Our wizard is actually Avanar, and he's not here with us tonight.
Oh, that's good. I am also a caster of great importance. But I still don't wear plate armor. Very strange.
Are they just running late, or did they message anybody?
Avenar's out of town this weekend, so he won't be able to join. Squid, he replied to a chat earlier in Discord, so I thought he would be here, so I'm not sure what's up with him.
So I can be a good service for your people, and my master, the Raven Queen, tells me that with a vision that I should help you people in this darkness that is approaching these lands.
Yes, well, we stumbled into these lands and learned of the darkness, so if you have any knowledge of what's going on or can help us
Yeah,
figure out
ich habe.
how to
Yeah,
dispel it,
yes, I have. Yeah. And you see, I talk to my little bird a little bit and says, seems like I listen to the bird, but it doesn't say anything. And yes, I think I have a good idea how to help you people. There's a big dude there.
we found mine on the map right now.
My character is just sitting there quietly sharpening his halberd, like almost like it's a fidget toy, just something to do, just getting it to a razor sharp edge.
So, who are you people? And I look around.
I'm Lavanya. I am a bard, and so I aid our group with spells and inspiration as much as possible. This is Hamid. He just joined us recently. He likes fighting things.
Yeah, I'm Harmon, like she said, and yes, I like fighting things. We let me fight things soon.
Oh, ganz gut, ganz gut. Yeah, yeah. And you, the other bird.
My name is Moral. I'm a monk, so I like to lock down key opponents in combat.
You have to know the Raven Queen then, since you have a little bit knowledge of the cleric.
I'm not familiar with her, actually. I come from Sigil.
Ah. How is it there?
What? Raven Queen, you say? Oh yeah, one of the heroes of my world actually is her avatar.
Hmm. Yeah, she's a goddess. Yes. Hmm. Uh, yes. I am at your service. Please, if I can join you, I have good powers. I am a decent caster. I am also not a bad fighter. Hmm. But I use my weapons of shadow. Hmm.
Be interesting to see how your strengths
Hmm.
fuse with ours in combat. But for now, we are headed to the north to see what we can
Yes.
learn of the darkness and
I
goings on of that area.
I have actually I got the vision of this that we are going north. So I actually have prepared, and he takes up his hand, and there's a ring on his finger. Ring of warmth. It's will don't make me freeze in this godforsaken weather.
Yes. Well, perfect. So
Hmm.
I guess we just came out of combat. Let's rest up and then head on north.
Hmm.
So
Yes. So,
which of the missions are we thinking about doing?
So we want to get back to Sigil as quick as possible. So what we know since we've come to Ravenloft is that the prince has gone missing about 3 months ago. And ever since he's gone missing, this darkness has kind of descended into the realms, and all these pregnant women have suddenly started showing up, and they're all kind of being herded into the city of Tirgo in the northern area.
hmm.
We also heard tell of some sort of a prophecy. Um, the village we landed in, they were speaking in their local language, and I have a helm of comprehend languages, so I could tell what they were saying. They were talking about a prophecy, and they were thinking we may have been the prophesied heroes or whatever who might be able to break whatever's spell or curse is going on in the land right now. Don't know for
Hmm.
sure that that's the case, but we know there's some sort of a prophecy. The prince is missing, and there's this darkness.
Hmm.
Um, so
Right. No,
those are the
I
main
meant,
kind
did
of
we want to
questions.
do things like, did we want to do something like, did we want to try to rescue those guys, or did we want to go fight the purple worms, or give us one other? I think it was to go up to a town.
So going up to the town would be continuing on the main quest, trying to figure out what's going on. Um, the other two are going to be side missions that take us off the main quest. Um,
It seems like owls are very wise. So lead the way, little owl.
I say we go scout north. We could always keep an eye out for the scouts that he sent north. If we see signs of them, maybe we pursue it. But I think we are more interested in trying to figure out the bigger issue going on in the land so we can get out of here.
Hmm. Tell me, are the city of doors like they say that there is a it's a disc. You can there is no up, no down.
It's more like a donut.
Yeah. Mm.
Yep.
So it's true.
Yep.
Mm.
It's an interesting but dangerous place.
Yeah. I haven't seen her, and the Lady of Pain is still ruling. Yeah.
Yes. Luckily, we have not encountered her.
Yeah. It says that Sastan is actually hiding there. Mm.
Don't know anything about that.
Mm. Yes. Yes. Hmm.
So, interestingly, if we do get back to Sigil, um, let me look through my notes here real quick. There is an old god who is. There seems to be a group that's trying to bring him back,
Hope
which
it's not Bane again.
Lady of Pain will not like.
No.
Um,
Is this universe uh, is Bane dead?
Oh, yeah. He's been, yeah. Asmodeus has
Mm,
gone in there, kicked some ass. He's taken over the whole Forgotten Realms,
mm,
and certain specific race of people have been been getting ass raped ever since. So, which is hysterical. And
Mm. So, and Tiamat is not dead and anything like that.
Asmodeus kicks her ass for lunch.
Okay.
Asmodeus rules all.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
All
So
hail
in Sigil,
Satan.
Mm.
so in Sigil, it is Aoskar who it seems to have a group of worshippers that are trying to get him access back into Sigil.
Mm.
And his name is not one you want to say in that realm, as the Lady of Pain will not
Hmm.
appreciate it. So if you do come back with us, that is something we are trying to prevent from happening back in Sigil.
I
Yeah.
am a person with keywords.
Yeah, they also have some anarchy happening in Sigil. Plus, there's another guy who's trying to take over the whole city. That's another thing that's happening.
Are we taking a short rest or a long rest here before we get going?
Which, whatever you
I
guys
would
want.
say let's long rest before we go.
What's
'Cause
that?
we're in a camp, so let's just long rest, make sure we're all restocked.
All right,
Hmm.
yeah. So if you guys do you guys want to stick around here before you take off? Because Mr. Greg is gonna, start to ask you a couple of questions, or he's just gonna give you some side missions. But actually, I don't think I'm gonna do that. You guys have enough.
Who has the
Enough to.
power, man? What the fuck?
All right.
Mm.
Well, so what's the short rest or long rest? What's the
Long
plan?
rest, and then we are going to head north to Fagares and start seeing what we can learn of the darkness or the missing prince or the pregnant women. Gotta
All
solve
right.
this mystery and get out of here.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, let's see. Mr. Squid is not here with us, so let's see. Abenar's not here either. All right. Well, it's gonna be. Well, we have 4 people. That's enough. All right. So you guys did say you're gonna take a long rest. Am I correct on that?
Correct.
Yes.
All right. All right. So you basically, while you are here, you are hearing stories about the invasion that's happening with the mines. A couple of people have been killed. The purple worms have pretty much taken out one of the battalions. Mr. Gregg is upset. He takes a couple of his men and he starts heading to the western side of the tunnels. He basically says, "Look, well, I've got my hands full at the moment. I do have to take care of this. Hopefully, we can basically bring our men back, but I do have to see to certain things. If you need any help, one of my men will basically escort you out, but unfortunately, they won't be able to do much due to the fact that I'm taking the majority of my army into the eastern side of the tunnels to just try to take out the purple worms." And then he gets on his horse and he takes about, I don't know, a whole battalion of people. I mean, there's thousands of people here trying to make it to the north. All right, so he's gone. The assistant is basically escorting you to the north. As soon as you get to the other side or the opening of the very enormous tunnel that goes through the mountain, you start to see the full moon. It almost looks like everything is a black and white tint to it. You notice that the stars are basically not as well. It's completely cloudy. There is a constant blizzard that is happening. It's not to the point where you guys have to worry about frostbite or freezing to death, but it's cold enough to where it might be problematic. Let's just say it can get down to 30 degrees Fahrenheit. I think that's 0 Celsius for the European guy. Anyway, you start to let me go ahead and bring up the map, and then you guys can tell
Zero
me.
Celsius, not cold. Mm.
Uh, Is well,
0 Celsius,
doesn't
not cold.
it start to snow at Celsius? I don't know.
Yeah,
Okay.
freeze. The water freezes at
All
zero,
right.
but
So zero, yeah. So you get down to maybe about five, -5. All right.
that's not.
So do you guys want to go straight to Tyr, or do you want to go to Fagaras, or do you want to scout out or look for the scouts that might be, I don't know, going completely north or whatever. It's up to you guys because you would have to start doing some tracking and some all that stuff if you're looking for the scouts, which I don't know if you guys want to do that.
Um, I recommended that we don't go off track to look for the scouts, but we can keep an eye out, and if we happen to stumble across signs of them, then maybe we can follow it.
All right.
I will follow the party since
All right.
it's.
Mhm.
I will follow the party since there I am new. So you
Yeah,
lead. I will follow.
I think they
Uh,
two of the guys can fly, and Mr. Wolfgar and Mr. Joe are not able to fly. Is that correct?
I don't
That
have
is
any spells for flying. No, nothing.
No.
I
that is
have.
correct. I cannot fly.
All right. Well, you. What do you guys? You owl people. What do you guys think? I mean, are you gonna? What are you gonna do? You have, your comrades that can't fly. What's the plan?
Well, we're gonna travel together, so
They can hoof it while we fly above them and scout.
Yeah. I have a ring of warmth. That's for the north. So I think it's this one.
Oh, okay.
yeah, some of us have thermal cubes.
I took that because I knew you have to go in. I saw the podcast. It cost 100,000 gold or something like that. I think.
Oh,
I
okay.
just checked it out.
All
It's
right.
I,
uncommon, so it's not very expensive.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
All right. So we got is that Squid that just joined it?
yeah, yeah. I've got the terror going. Try to get my pain mask and my tooth pulled.
Oh, okay, okay. Well, we just started. We have a new guy and just going through, what's going on in the campaign. All right. Well, if you want to chit chat with the guys, to get a bearing on what's going on, Mr. Squid, or no?
Sure, why not?
Well, if you have any questions,
So,
just ask the guys, cause yeah.
So Sir Heineck has joined us and offered his
Yeah.
services.
It's
Um,
Heinrich von Karstein.
Nick
Not
von
Hein-
Karstein.
I'm just gonna.
I was too often
I can
say,
try
oh
it with the
God, with a
accent.
tooth pulled.
Yeah.
With a tooth pulled, I'm gonna try doing that.
Oh,
Jesus
you don't.
Christ! All right. Oh,
Yeah, you don't even have to talk there, Squid. I mean, you know that Lavanya
yeah,
can do all the
I'm
talking.
gonna try not to.
Yeah,
You
just
should
yeah, go ahead.
you should get yourself lidocaine, like this thing you spray in local anesthesia. It's very good actually.
Yeah, I have some
lidocaine.
narcotics to help.
No, narcotics is not good. Lidocaine is very good. It's just you spray it in, and it's the same thing you take before you take a gastroscopy or different things like that.
Okay. All right, thank you for your suggestion.
So we are just heading to the north to try to figure out what's going on with the missing prince, pregnant women, darkness in the land, so we can get out of here.
All right.
All right,
Just want
but
to
but I'm today
yeah, go ahead.
low. Yeah,
Go ahead.
but I'm today we're level 14, correct?
No, next week will be level 14.
Next week.
Yeah, he
Okay.
said by end of today, so yes,
Oh, end of today, yeah.
you're both right.
Ooh.
I didn't hear the
Okay.
end of. So if we don't have to stop in Fagaris, I guess just keep heading to Tirgo, because that's the center of everything.
Your call. Well, from the gnomes that, they were all being herded to Tirgo. You remember that.
So let's just head to Tirgo.
All right, so you have people that are walking, you owl people, which make things a little difficult, especially since you can make it to Tirgo probably by the end of the day. The let's see, the mileage is correct, guys. Again, you flying guys, you know how much you can fly per day. You know that humans can walk 24 miles a day. That you're doing it through the snow, meaning that they can probably make, let's just say if they're really trying, um, like 20 miles per day. So what do you guys think? Because they're on foot. What what do you guys think?
Sorry, how many
It
miles
makes
did you say
sense.
it is?
And it cuts
Yeah,
much faster fun.
yeah. The guys walking can probably make it 20 miles per day. So if you take your ruler and figure out, okay, we're over here. Let's just say, yeah, right there. So you're thinking 76, 75 miles to Tirgo. You're probably gonna have to go through Fagorus. Um, well, I don't know if you want to go through Fagorus. Doesn't matter to me. But you do know the mileage, and these guys are gonna have to, hoof it for 20 miles per day since they got to walk in heavy
But it's
snow.
faster to go on skis than walking, actually.
Yeah, there's
Especially if it's snowing.
yeah, skis are yeah, I guess you can get on skis. All right, well,
Mhm.
what's planned, y'all? You got 20 miles on skis,
Which
or
one?
let's just say 24 miles on skis.
Mhm.
Um,
On water, on ice?
well, it's going to be 35 miles from the entrance. Let me go ahead and draw the entrance. I'll just say right here is the entrance of the tunnel or the exit of the tunnel that you guys are coming out of. So you can use the mileage meter, the scale, the ruler, to figure out where you want to be. So Lavanya, I guess you're the leader. So what's your plan? What do you want to do?
Well, I guess I guess we'll go as far as we can for the first day, which wouldn't even get us to Fagorus. It would get us mostly there.
Okay.
Camp out for the night, which I can put down the instant fortress for us to.
Can't
All right.
anybody summon some dogs and we can make a dog sled or something like that?
Yeah, do whatever you
On the
want.
way,
I don't know if you
Mhm.
can.
Have magic brooms.
Ooh, magic brooms. Ooh.
while on the way there, I'm watching for tracks for those survivors, and I'm also keeping eye out for signs of purple worms.
All right. So since you are looking for the tracks, the dude said he's looking for tracks. Go ahead and make a perception check. Since it's snow, go with 16. That's actually low for the guys, but I don't know about you new guys. So, oh, the perception check 16. All right. So, you think you are spotting a couple of tracks, but they basically look like wolf tracks. They go to the east. Whether you want to make something out of that, that's you. And by the way, I know what you guys are saying. Well, why are you giving us a DC? Because I don't like to waste time with the guys playing 20 questions. So this is a pretty fast game. So that's why I don't do that.
I kind of want a wolf pet now.
Yeah, this would be good, very nice in this weather and different things like that.
All right. Well,
It would.
you do find wolf tracks that are heading to the east. Lavanya, you're the
There's some wolf trucks here headed to the west. I point to the east as I say this.
Okay. You is the smartest person in this group, right? Mhm.
Lavanya, you're probably the
well,
smartest person.
everybody's smart. Well, I don't know. You guys tell me what you want to do.
Lavanya, might do a little side mission so I can get some wolves real quick.
I
Might do a little side mission.
You do not need pets right now.
We have owls.
for you new guys, I tend to throw out a lot of side missions. It might be confusing for you because you probably been playing with a DM that just gives you one thing to do and that's it. So just make sure you know that I'm gonna throw about 5 things at you by the end of the night. So you know.
My recommendation is always going to be to continue on the main quest and not get distracted. If you guys want to get distracted, you got to convince me that's the right thing to do.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm sorry,
I
saying
mean, animals are
I
very
want a
convincing.
pet puppy dog that's a wolf is not a good enough argument to me to go chase down some wolves.
How about this? How about a good enough argument? Ready? They have good
Bird
smell,
shape.
right? So they can smell out the people.
Also fridge shaped.
What?
Yeah, friendship as well. Friendship.
Also fridge shaped.
Okay.
Okay. I don't know what that means, but okay.
Noted.
Hmm. Maybe the wolf will eat the owls then. It's not good.
We've
I don't
taken a
think.
wolf before. That's not a concern.
Then that's definitely a no.
I think later we can see if we can summon some wolves for you. But now I think
Sure.
it's better to follow the lady owl here and maybe look out for these purple worms this guy is talking about because I don't want to be swallowed by them.
Alright. Alright, that's fair enough.
Well, remember
Mm.
the purple worms are inside the tunnel area. So
Oh,
you guys are
Yeah, we shouldn't
outside.
see them out here.
yeah, but still, purple worms are purple. They dig and can burrow through everything, or they have frost worms. That's even worse.
Yeah, they have that as well.
Mhm.
All right. Well, you guys, what's
Yeah.
Alright, let's keep going.
So we get about 20, 22, 24, however far you say we can travel DM miles outside the caves, and we'll, assuming we don't encounter anything, we'll camp out and then continue on the next day.
okay? Can you draw a trail? So I know that okay, you're like maybe 100 miles, or you're 20 miles away from the city or the town. So
Is
remember, it's got to be 20.
is
It's
it true?
got to be 24 miles from the entrance of the tunnel, since the guys have to walk. So just yeah.
How do I draw a line in here? Draw freehand. Here we go. Is this right here? That's a white. Is that a road? Is that a river on the map? What is?
Yeah, that's a river. That's a
Okay, that's
river.
not a road. So, how do I select and delete that now?
Just click on it and hit the delete key.
There we go. And where do I change the color? Setting?
Yeah, settings, and then whatever color you want. While she's doing that, the new guys, what do you guys think? You want to go look for the wolves? By the way, you can't see from far away this tall tower, which is up in the mountains. You can see a bright fire that is illuminating the tower. It looks to be almost as big as the Eiffel Tower. Is that big? I don't know if you guys ever been close to the
Yeah.
Eiffel Tower, but it's huge. So again, you can see it from far away because of the very enormous fire that is coming from that particular tower. So again, so are you camping out, or are you getting ready to do whatever? And then from whatever direction or whatever distance you can see the flaming tower, that might be something that you might or might not be interested in, but it's up to you guys. So just to let you know, you can go to the tower, which is brightly lit, illuminating, and it's as big as the Eiffel Tower, which is I don't know how big the Eiffel Tower is. You guys can look it up, or you can go to Fagurus, or you can look for scout out for the scouts. Remember, you got to look for. Well, you don't have to look for the cows if you don't want to, or you can follow the trail of wolves that leads to the east.
Right now we're getting ready to camp for the night. I'll take lost watch, and I go and post sentry for the first 4 hours.
Oh, okay, okay. All right. So who wants to be on second watch and third watch?
I'll be second. I mean, I could stay up for the whole night if you want me guys to. Actually,
Mm,
I have,
I don't need much
I have
sleep.
a, I have a, I have a potion of watchful rest. I could stay up all night and still get the effects of a long rest.
No. I can take this third watch if you like.
Save the potion
Alright, so
save the potion for another day.
Yeah.
it's a common. I promise you. Just like, get it back.
I have 4 hours sleep, I think.
Alright, I'll take second shift, I guess.
Oh, okay, okay. I haven't heard from you there, Mr. Morel. What's going on with you?
I'm still here. I
Right.
haven't
I mean,
needed to
you're
say
gonna
anything.
you're gonna take a rest. You're gonna go to sleep.
Well, yeah, everybody else volunteered for watches, so
All right. All right. So
So
you're go ahead.
since we don't have our wizard who would typically do Liamon's tiny hut for us, I'm gonna put up our unless anyone doesn't want us to do this, I'm gonna put up our instant fortress so we can sleep inside.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I don't have much spells. That I have a very small spell group. I don't have many.
Okay, so we are
I
putting up
am
our
a
instant
soft.
fortress for protection while we sleep.
All right. So
I do.
yeah. Anything else you guys are doing?
Oh, I see.
All right. Well, who was on second watch again?
Squid.
Squid.
All right, Squid. You see another group of flying bat people. Now it is snowing, but it's not to the point to where a blinding blizzard to where you can't really see anything. And remember, guys, it's a perpetual full moon nighttime. So you see another one of those 12 geese V-shaped bats that are flying straight into the city Farragus. Farragus. So
Could I make
you,
him out?
yeah, I don't know what you want to do with that information.
Fagaris.
Fagaris. All right. Well, I don't know what you
Could
want.
I make them out what they are?
Well, you definitely know that they look like bats. I mean, they look exactly like large bats. That's pretty much what you can tell.
Mm.
And again, there's about you would estimate to be about 12 of them, a large amount of them.
How high? How high are they up?
Yeah, I'd say about let's see, maybe about 500 miles from the ground. I'm sorry, 500
Yeah, never mind.
feet. 500 feet,
Feet?
guys. 500 miles is crazy.
I was going to say those things must be gigantic if we're seeing them at 500
Yeah,
miles.
500 feet. So what? I mean, it's whatever you want to do. That's basically the encounter, guys. I'm not gonna. If you guys want to do something with that, that's you.
I mean, we were looking at them when we first got here. Maybe if we kill one, we get to see what they are entirely.
You
Well,
said
That's
they
an
flew
option.
into Fagaris. Did they later fly out of the city?
no, they came from the south straight to the Fengaris. Mispronounced that,
Okay.
but you get.
I don't know. They look to be about 1, 8, 4, 3, 6, 4 feet
Go to
away.
sleep.
They look to be about 4 feet away. I'm not sure my crossbow has that range.
Well, technically, only
Probably, actually.
whoever's on watch is noticing all this. So I don't know if you were asleep or you were on watch, but
Is there any like wolf tracks nearby?
no, you guys decided not to pursue the tracks and kept on booking to where the trail ends, right next to the city. Technically, I don't know, maybe about half a mile from the city.
Okay.
That's pretty close to the city.
Okay, so we're just gonna sleep, wake up, go to the city, probably.
Well, it's about 3 miles from the city. Well, again, it's one in the morning. You see these things fly into the city. Do you want to do anything? What do you want to do?
So if they're 500 feet up, I couldn't shoot them with an arrow.
They're also off in
Oh,
the
I
distance
was-
from you a bit, I
Yeah.
would assume.
Yeah, I could try at disadvantage.
You could follow them. You wouldn't get your full night's rest. You would get like short rest if you guys wanted to
Sure.
make a thing about it. I don't know if you wanted to make a thing.
No, I'll just go back and tell the next guard to wake up, and I'm gonna go to sleep.
All right.
I am already awake. I have been staring at you. I am not sleeping. I only in a trance.
Okay, oddball.
Yeah,
You
but
stare at me.
yeah, it took a time before you took the decision. But I see these. I noticed there is we can take them. It's better to take them during the day. I think you have disadvantage in
Well,
this
there-
night creature.
Well, you already know this. There's no day, so whatever you
Oh.
are worried about, there's no day. It's always midnight, full moon.
Yeah. So I have 120 night dark vision because of my class, but so I can see a lot actually far.
Oh, okay, okay.
Let's. I will take the. Go to sleep. Yeah, I will take the watch.
All right, so the next watch is no encounters. Basically, the only thing that really happened that night is the creatures that flew overhead at about 1 o'clock. All right, so you wake up the next day. Well, you take the rest. You're not, again, it's perpetual midnight. You when you start to get to the next area, when you look down into the village, again, it's a walled city, by the way. You notice that there's a lot of lights. You can actually hear music playing. Looks like they're having some sort of a party or celebration festival. Again, you're not in the city. You're just looking down into the city from up in the hills, and you can see all this happening. Not to the point where you can, point somebody out, but you can definitely hear the festival happening. All right, so what do you guys want to do?
Is this creature gonna attack the city during the festival, or is it just
No, well,
they fly there?
Well, the bats flew overhead at 1 o'clock. It is now about 6 in the morning. Well, again, it's not
Mm.
you're not seeing the
Mm.
sun, but if you had a watch or you had some sort of a time
Mm.
apparatus, you would know it's about 6 in the morning.
Okay. I don't have a time.
We previously learned from someone that those bats are kind of like the militia for the city of Tirgo and like this northern realm. So that's all we really know about them.
Okay.
So I don't think they'd be aggressors towards the people here unless they are serving to help collect pregnant females and move them to Tirgo. But we
Okay.
don't know more about them than that.
After I finish my thing, I will wake up the people and say, "A new morning." I was suspecting
Thank
more
you.
sunlight.
Thank you.
Strange.
So
All right, let's get to walking or flying.
Or
Who knows
ski.
what?
So, Squid and Hi Nick, do either of you fill in the rest of us as to what you saw during the night on your rest? Or
I saw those bats again. Couldn't shoot it. It was too far out.
Are they evil?
I don't know. Go ask them.
So you shoot something before you discover it's evil.
Probably.
Okay. Tells him a lot about you, man.
It does.
As we continue along, I do keep a careful vigil for various signs of purple worms or those scouts.
Oh, okay. Now, go ahead.
So before we head out for the day, I am going to cast Inspiring Leader on the group. Can everyone drag your token onto the map and place them near me just so I can target everybody?
Inspired. I'm so inspired.
Um, we're resting. I should make sure we do that.
Yeah. The best spell is actually the Feast of Heroes Feast or something because 1,000 gold or something. It's insane good. Ooh, yay!
Everybody. Inspiring leader. Okay, 19 temporary hit points.
Ooh.
Add to your character sheet if they did not auto apply.
They did.
Okay.
How many should we have?
19.
I got it. Thank you.
Yep, I got it.
19, yeah. Temporary hit
Now
points.
we are
Ooh.
all inspired in case we encounter anything during the day. Extra health.
Yeah.
Inspired.
What did you say that was so inspiring?
Hail in good health, and let's resolve this issue and get out of the cold. No.
Okay.
By the way,
Very
during the
inspiring.
last leg of our journey to this little town, did I find? I was looking for further tracks or sign. Did I find anything?
Yeah, go ahead and make a let's see, tracking. Is that what is that? Nature
I think that's
Survival.
perception.
Well,
Survival or
Maybe.
perception?
yeah,
Yeah.
let's go with
Survival
survival.
would-
Yeah. All right. Well, since the tracks were supposed, well, go ahead and make a 22 survival check. 22 survival check. All right. Well, that's not.
Yeah,
good.
no.
All right. Now, the reason why it's 22 is because you technically it's a little far away. All right. Does anybody want to help him out or no?
I can give if I see
What
him
check is
looking
it?
for stuff, I'll
It's a
give it a
survival
check.
check. He's looking for tracks for the scouts that were.
So nature.
Or signs or purple worm sign.
Yeah.
I could do a perception, see if there's something on the because it's easy to see tracks in the snow actually, as
Yeah.
long as it means
Right,
it
right.
hasn't been snowing.
Well, here's the thing. He's not really looking for tracks. He's looking like for bent twigs and maybe some sign that somebody was dragged away, but it's not really
Oh,
a
okay.
track. Because remember
I'm
that.
trying to look. Yeah.
Remember those flying bat creatures can, they can probably
Yeah.
grab you and lift you off the ground. I'm not going to give too much away, but 22 is a survival check, by the way.
Oh, survival.
I could give. No, I don't got. Never mind. I can't give help action. Never mind. Won't.
I have good perception, sucky survival.
I like to tell the guys I'm pretty transparent on what my motives
Yeah.
are. Anyway, one of the reasons is because of those flying things can probably have grabbed those guys. All right, well, since nobody's going to make their 22 check, that's totally fine with me. All right, so I did put a map for you guys. All right, so you're looking down into the city. You see a lot of lights, almost like it's again they're celebrating. You hear music, the old medieval tunes with the drums and the flutes and all that good stuff. You don't see anything. Oh, well, you do see some woolly mammoths outside of the city. As a matter of fact, it looks like maybe about a dozen. There are the men look as mean, as badass as the barbarians from the south. The only difference is that the people from the north, they all have like blonde hair. All of them got blonde hair. So I mean, it's not something you would give a shit about, but when everybody's blonde, then you're like, well, that's I guess that's the way it is. As opposed to the South, where you have people with brown hair. There were people with blonde hair, dirty blonde, that kind of color. All right, so that's what you're seeing. You have the option of going in the city, but you do see guards outside of the entrances. Like, for example, the entrance to this area right here. Well, let me draw because my ping never works. Anyway, it's right here, guys. You can tell. Look, you guys already been here for a while. Uh, you guys, and know that, and you are aware that this is a human-centric, place. So they're definitely going to take notice of two owl people, and that, and plus you guys are not, blonde-haired natives. Again, you know this. It's kind of like it's obvious that you guys are not going to fit in here. You also know that this place is a Weirdsville. It's weird shit happening, but for whatever reason, everybody's having a good time. They're having a festival. So what's the plan, y'all?
Hmm.
Are the city guards
There you
humans
go.
or are they those bat creatures?
The creatures you see a couple of them perched on the wall. Those bat creatures. They basically are being ignored by the civilians or the population. So they might be. Well, you already know that they have their own name, their own little militia name for those flying creatures. So anyway, you see a couple of them perched on the wall, which is it's the wall that you're looking at. How many? Oh, you could probably estimate that there's maybe about 200, 300, because they're spread out between each of the wall sections. So let me just draw it before you guys start going crazy with your Superman scenarios. All right, so there's maybe like 5 here, another 5 here, yeah, maybe 2 there, and they're all perched up and they fly every so often, sort of like a flock of crows, like they're nonchalantly just flying here and there. They don't notice you. You guys are too far away, but you definitely can see them flying, you know, from perch to perch or from wall section to wall section.
Can I make a check to see what it is, if I'm close enough to it?
You mean what they look like? Is that your question?
Can we identify?
Yeah, I mean,
species, the
can I identify it?
I'll put a picture of them, what they look like. I mean, it's obvious from what you're looking at what they look like. This is what they look like. Put your for you the new people, you can put your mouse over the token, and you can see. Again, I mean, it's snowing, but it's not to the point where it's a blizzard and you can't see 5 feet in front of you. It's just
Insane long tongue, actually.
Well, I don't know what you want to do with this information about these flying creatures, but there's too many.
We know what these what their species is. Do we know what the creature itself is?
Well,
or is there a check we can make to identify that?
Yeah, since you guys are not native to, they're not that common in the Forgotten Realms or Sigil is what I'm trying to say.
So we would have no reference to that. Identify them. Okay.
You might have heard of them. I'll give you a 22 check for the guys, and that is going to be these are humanoid, meaning history. Maybe you read about them in some strange book in Sigil.
Lavanya.
So 22 on the history.
I can give you the help action if you want to do it.
It's an intelligence-based check. I only have a +2.
Yeah, it's a history check.
I have a +6.
Yeah, whoever wants to do it. I mean, anybody can roll a history check, but it's got to be 22. For the new
Lavanya, are you proficient in history?
I have half proficiency from Jack of all trades. I can give you bardic inspiration.
I don't know if you want to waste that though. Problem.
Right now.
Does anyone here have a short rest?
Hammond is sitting there.
Sure, if you give bardic inspiration.
Put your token on the map by me.
Alright.
Yeah, go ahead. Are you going to say something there, Joe?
Yeah, Hammond is sitting there looking at the pretty clouds as they go by.
All right. Well, it definitely looks like, there's bright lights that are happening in town. Everybody looks like they're, well, it's not like you're right there, but you can hear the music and the festival lights. It almost looks like it's during Christmas, with the lights and the...
All right, let me roll this. What was it? It was history. All right. Doing good. History 16, right?
22 on the history for these creatures.
Oh my god, I failed you. I got well.
All right. Well.
That one. Well,
Nope.
all right.
Well, I don't know what bardic inspiration gives you, but
After
that's
you
5.
roll your check, you can decide to roll
I
your
know.
inspiration die on top of it. But
There we. Even if I got the highest roll for the Bardican, I wouldn't have got it.
unless you want to use one of your lucky features to.
No, I'll use that for something useful. This
Okay.
is just information.
So we do not know what these creatures are at this point in time.
Yeah, and remember, there's
Sad.
like 200 of them.
What,
Even if
what language?
yeah, even Superman and Wonder Woman will have a tough time with 200 creatures.
Mm.
So continue on. We do not want to go into the city right now. Just keep going to Tiergo.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Everybody go
That
with
would
that.
look like a bunny.
Okay.
Looks like a what?
A bunny.
A
It looks like a bunny
Oh,
rabbit.
Mm. Okay.
Wait, since we're here, we can get items of common and uncommon, correct?
Yeah, you
Okay.
Ooh,
you can get
yes.
whatever you want, but you have to make it inside the city with a bunch of guards.
I do want to go grab some things, actually.
Does somebody want to talk to him? Because I think I've explained that you guys don't look like natives.
That's
I
fine.
can-
I mean, wait, so since it's like perpetually like kind of dark, I can just go invisible into like one of the shops
Yeah,
and just reappear.
Yeah, it'll be yourself or the players or the other guys, or the guys can follow you. I don't know how you're gonna want this. This is gonna be one of those let's watch you die scenarios. If you want to go
hold
ahead
on
and
a
do that.
second. Hold on.
No, I'm
I
not
can
saying-
change appearance.
Yeah, no, you're not. You probably are not
I
gonna.
just want more
die.
arrows.
I'm just saying
Jesus.
that if they do catch you, you're gonna have problems. is what-
I can change myself to look as a
Hold
person.
on. So, I mean, Morel and I aren't going to go into the city, I don't think, because we're owls and we'd have to deal with that explanation of why are there owl people here?
Yeah, well, there's
But I can-
disguise is a thing in D&D.
Mm.
You can try to disguise yourself.
You know, I do have a disguise kit. We could try that.
I can change to a person that looks like this.
Yeah, if you
So I'm gonna alter self, change transfer appearance to decide to look like, included height, weight.
yeah, that's totally
voice.
fine. It's just that we have 2 owls
I just-
that are.
Point being, if some of you are going to go into the city, I can cast Rary's telepathic bond on all of us so we can stay in communication while you guys are in there.
What's the range on that?
I just want some arrows and some potions.
To cast, they need to be in 30 feet of me to cast it, but once it's cast, it's over any distance.
Oh, okay.
We can
okay.
communicate.
Well, what if there's very dangerous stuff in the city? What are you guys gonna do about that?
I will
Book it.
figure it out at that point in time. If he thinks
You
he can get in there and do stuff,
Yeah. All right. Well,
I just want 2 potions and some arrows. That's all I want.
All right. Well, sure, I guess. All right. So is that the plan? Only Mr. Squid and Mr. New Guy are going to go in the city. Am I correct on that?
let me cast
Yeah.
this.
See if I mean
Casting it as a ritual.
in and
so it
out.
does not consume a spell slot.
All
Okay.
right.
So we can communicate telepathically for the next hour.
All right. So let me make sure we're all on the
All
same
right.
page, because now you already know that you don't look like the natives, and you know that there's a lot of guards around the city, and everybody's cool with that. Am I correct?
Yeah, it's I am
Okay.
just
I'm
I
trying to weigh out my
go with
options.
the
So
people
we're at Fago, right?
Well,
If we go to the other city, maybe easier time there. I don't know,
No, you can definitely do
because
it.
this is more like a human area.
You can definitely
In all
do it.
seriousness, my guy's going to follow what you guys are doing. He's kind of he's not rolling real well on his intelligence checks today, though.
All right. Well, all right. Well, yeah, you can definitely make it
You know
in
what,
there.
DM?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Can I make arrows? Just like I like sticks and just arrowheads.
About
Yeah, that would be a little problematic because that would take a lot of time from you guys
Yeah.
doing what you have to do. I mean,
about the only thing I actually need is those goggles of dark vision.
I will give the
Me too. I do need that.
I will say that it'll take you a day to get maybe like a dozen arrows. While you're doing all that, you're basically just wasting a day doing that. If you want to do that, I'll just say you get
All right,
12 arrows per day.
let's just
Next time, take
let's just
your
go in. Let's buy our goggles. Let's buy our goggles and get out.
All right, so who's going in the city so I can drop you guys?
Does that sound good?
Well,
I can.
Squid
Yeah,
and
I'm actually human, so I actually
you
might
act.
actually not look completely out of place once I take my helmet off.
all right. Well, do you look
So you,
like
so you can be like just like I'm a costume.
so you have like your 6'2", blonde hair and chiseled good looks? Am I correct on that?
Yeah, I'm taking. I will be like. I am taking my parents to a person that looks like a blonde hair and different things like that. 6'2".
Yeah. Well, there's about a bunch of Nordic people here, so I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. All right. Well, I'm gonna put you guys. I'm gonna bring up the city, the town map, and whoever wants to drop their tokens, and that's how we're gonna start. Let me put you guys in the city. In the city. Let me get the map. Oh, this is a good map. Fuck it. All right, let me just erase. Let me put you guys on the map. Active.
Wait, and
Array.
so how is it dark, by the way, or is it like
It's gonna-
midday?
It is
It's gonna be
perpetually dark in this realm.
perpetually. Always dark. Always dark. All right. Well, look.
Okay.
Again, whoever wants to drop their tokens on the map, we'll start from there. Who wants to have their
I'm
tokens?
gonna go invisible then. All right.
All right. Before you.
So where's the shop from here?
Right before you go in, let's see here. This is before you get in, by the way, guys.
Wait.
This is what you see. You see a couple of these large golem creatures in the area. Let me bring up the guys. Click on the monsters. Click on here. Hold on, guys. Hold on. All right, where's my boy? All right, you see a couple of these things walking around in the city. So they look like they are basically just
Yeah.
patrolling the area. This is before you walk in, by the way. So you might or might not know what the hell they are. This
Can
is
do a
this is a what are these? Give me a second.
angle.
Well, the guys probably already know what they are, but I want to give Squid a chance to figure it out before he walks in to the city. All right, so let me grab my dude. Let me turn down the kind of loud. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I think I might have a. Oh, fuck it. Let me give you the info on this dude. He is. Oh, by the way, for the new guy, I have the monsters manual in the Discord. So
Mhm.
if if you make the knowledge check, you can look at the stats. I don't care. All right, so this is
Okay.
a construct. So what the hell is a construct? Oh, by the way, new guys, there's a player screen down at the lower right hand or down at the bottom of your foundry. It's got a bunch of stuff that can, if you need to make checks, it's all in there. Anyway, this is a construct. So this is a history check of. This is only a 16, Mr. Sigil. Mr. Not Sigil.
Isn't that
Master.
Arcana? Because to making a construct, you need the Arcana skill. No?
No, no, no. It's let me open
Wait,
it. Let me hold on.
what skill check is it again?
It's a knowledge 16 history check.
Or golems?
More
Yeah,
history. Great.
yeah. If you
Oh,
open,
perfect roll.
I can't open up the thing.
Got a 20.
All right, so you know that these are battle. Hold on. I'm looking at the GM screen. Let me turn that off. Anyway, these are battle horrors. Battle horrors. They're in page 154, Monsters Manual number 1. All right, so for you new guys, again, I make too many mistakes if I don't show the players the stats, and they'll accuse me of cheating and
Yeah.
all sorts of weird shit. So we play as an open book. I don't care. I will have 20 of these guys up your ass. I don't give a shit.
Mhm.
So you need to assess whether you really want to go into the city. So
This
again,
is not a good thing. Let's leave. Yeah.
Okay, it's do we have true sight? It's the first question.
well, again, you can look at the stats.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna.
looking at it.
It's a waste of time for me to, spell it out for
What's
you.
the creature code?
We can always get our goggles later. Not worth it right now.
All right.
What's
All
the
right.
creature code?
All right, we'll leave.
All right. So
Okay.
before you make it to the gate, you see these things kind of walking. Like, say for example, this over here was the gate. Well, where Mr. Squid is right now. He's not in the city. He's outside the city. And then he sees these things kind of patrolling the area. You know that it's probably not a good idea. It's up to you, Squid. Maybe you are a badass hider or stealth
No,
moveset.
no, let's leave.
Now, by the way,
I don't trust myself with that.
if you were a good hider, if you could hide well, you could evade these battle horrors because it wouldn't matter if they can see, if they have true sight. It doesn't matter because again, you're hiding, which would stop them from finding you. I mean, that would make a perception check, but if for example, there was a guy we used to play with, he used to get really good hide checks, and he probably wouldn't. He probably would have been able to make it into the city without any problems. All right, so the verdict is we're leaving the city, or you're not going in, right, Squid?
Yeah, I'm leaving. Go back to
All
the
right.
party. Nope.
All right. Well, let me go.
Okay,
Since
I'll come later.
All right, since you are a chicken shit player. Okay, I'm kidding. You know I'm fucking with you, dude. All right, so.
Nah, man. I know.
All right. Well, it's.
This reminds me of the rat issue. So, I'm trying to
Well, not only
remind me
would
of the
you
rat
have problems
situation.
with these battle horrors, you would probably alert the Batman, and that would be even worse. Not to mention the guards that are in the city. Anyway, before you make it in the city, you see a couple of you see about a dozen pregnant women with these Amish-looking uh, clothes on. They're very proper, and they kind of have their head down, and not to the point where they're slaves or anything. They're just very, conservative, I guess you can call them. Anyway, so they're kind of lining up, walking through the area. They look like they're having fun. They're looking through the groceries. They're picking out, fruits and vegetables and corn or whatever. So they don't look like they're being tortured or anything like that. As a matter of fact, everything looks like everybody's having a good time. The kids are running around. There's maybe a little snow in the area. You have foragers. Oh, you make a this is a 20 perception check before. This is another thing you notice, Squid. So if you can make a perception check of 20, please.
Lavanya, do you have a proficiency in perception?
I'm not with you because I didn't go to the city.
Yeah,
Can I?
yeah.
I roll?
Well, you're not.
I'm
in,
not.
you're
But you do?
I'm next to Squid.
Well, whoever.
Okay.
If you're close to Squid,
Do you have?
you can make a perception check.
I don't have a good.
Do you have a? Are you a what's it called? Are you proficient in perception?
Yeah.
Well, everybody has perception. Squid. It's just.
Can, Well, can you give me? Yeah. I just want the help action so I can have advantage on my roll. That's all.
All right. Well.
So
Yeah. Well, actually, the new guy
would
has.
you lend me the help action?
Well, whatever you want to do, Squid. It's your call.
My race gets perception
Mm.
from for free actually.
Oh, okay. Well, I see you have a 17. Well, Mister.
Oh.
He's made.
I just rolled 25.
Well, Squid, you made your perception check. Anyway, both you guys can see that the guards, which are large guards, again, I'm referencing Conan the Barbarian, those type of huge barbarian-looking guys. They're not. They're using sign language to talk to each other. So none of the guards are verbalizing any commands. Like, say, for example, if you were regular guards talking shit, barking out orders. All of them, they're making signs and sign language commands to each other. So you notice that. You don't know what that's about, but that's you guys.
Yeah.
All
All right, let's return to the party.
All right, so you make it back. I don't know if you want to spill the beans or the guys already know what the hell's going on.
Yeah.
What's the plan, y'all?
There's tell the party that there's some golems and there's some pregnant ladies, like not slaves, but like servants maybe.
So the ones we've heard about.
And we never got my gloves.
Yeah, I don't know if you've ever seen. I don't know.
I don't think we've seen the pregnant women before, but we heard tell of them from the gnome family
Yeah.
that we ran into.
Yeah. Now you're actually seeing them. They look all prim and proper. They don't look like they're being tortured. As a matter of fact, everybody looks like they're having a good time. Again, they're a bit sullen. They're not crazy bitches like we have here in the States. They're very proper and sullen and conservative type of females or whatever. I don't know. I don't want to explain too much into it, but you guys get the idea. What's the plan, y'all?
Continue towards Tirgo.
All right, so we're gonna go to the deck Tirgo. Yep.
All right, so you guys, can you, since it's about, I don't know, 8 in the morning, and the guys have to walk, you guys are going to have to use the ruler to figure out where you're at.
Okay, the line I just drew is about 3 miles longer than we could have actually gone, so maybe like...
Be 30 miles.
Here's where we actually are, where it crosses right there
All right.
for the next day.
All right, so
So
that
I assume the black line is an actual road or path.
that is correct. That's a road. Yes.
Okay.
Isn't it faster to go on the road? So
Yeah, I'll say that you can walk normal 24 miles if whoever wants to take the. I'm pretty sure it's 24 miles. It's either that or 30. In 3.5 it was 24. 5th edition.
American miles or miles?
In D&D, you can human can travel a certain amount of miles. I think it's 24 in 5th edition. I'm
Okay, well, if we're doing 24 miles, then we should be able to get to just about the end of that line.
All right.
So
All right,
up
so
here
you
where it ended.
guys, do you want to stay on the road with all the battalions coming in and out, the woolly mammoth, the patrol of immense army that is basically patrolling the roads there, Miss Lavanya?
Are there periods where there's no one on the roads, or is
Yeah,
it constant traffic?
well, there's periods, say, for example, you might see a battalion on the road maybe once every 4 hours. Also, by the way, you
Well, I mean, like,
also go ahead.
So are we take?
Yeah.
my point is,
Are
we
we
don't
gonna
know
take
where
the road,
Tirgo
or are
is,
we gonna
so
go like the snow?
Well, if you stay on the
we
road,
don't know where Tirgo is. To an extent, we need to follow the road in some capacity to know
right.
where we're going. Doesn't mean we have to stay
Don't we have a
on the
map?
road,
I think you guys
but
were
we need to
given a
stay near
map,
it.
if I remember correctly.
But it's better to follow the
Yeah, we
road.
were given a map.
Yeah, I think you guys got a map on the first day you got here, if I remember correctly. The old lady, the blind old lady.
Good.
Yeah. All right. Well, what's the plan there, Lavanya? You're the head of the group.
We're
It's
keeping an
better.
eye on the road, but we're not traveling directly on it.
Well,
It's
We're
better.
if there's a battalion on the road, it's gonna screw up your sleeping scenarios that you guys are probably gonna do. So
But
are
we
you?
would go deeper off the road for when we're gonna
Rest.
camp.
All right. So you. Okay. Well. Okay. That's
Let's say we get here, not traveling on the road, but kind of along it, but off. And is it woods? Is it plains? Like, what's the landscape around the road?
it's complete forest, almost like the Black Forest. So
Okay, so
anything.
there's cover off
Yeah.
the road.
Yeah. There's definitely a lot of cover. Yeah. Every so
Amazing.
often you see those bat creatures flying overhead. So, All right, well,
All right. So
what are you guys going to do? So,
Hold on. Let
specifically,
me, because I drew this before we knew how much was on the roads. And we
yeah,
have a map, so we have a direction to go towards. So let's say we stay on this side and we kind of cut this way along the road.
by the way, the comparison between the North and the South as far as the Army goes, the Northern Army is way more, let's just say it's way more intimidating since they have all these flying creatures and woolly mammoths and battalions upon battalions of men that all look to be pretty big, as opposed to the people in the South. You have normal guys, 5'10", normal, normal. These guys look like 6'2", 6'4", bulky, Aryan, hardcore. They could probably fuck you up. So
I'm
just
sorry, guys. I got to run. I will catch you all later. Have a good one.
Okay.
oh, okay, shoot. All right. Well, we still have 4 people. All right. Well, hey Joe, are you? I wonder if he's. I wonder if he's coming back. All right. Well, regardless, what do you guys want to do?
So knowing that there's people traveling along the roads, I drew a new line. And so staying off the road, but kind of near it, so we are keeping, pace with the right direction, even with the map. Let's say we get to about here, and then if we move a little further westward off the road to camp out, just so we're completely out of sight and in a safe location, we'll do that.
Sure, sure. It looks like he left the. Looks like he left the group. Oh wow. Huh.
What?
Yeah, he's not in the rosters, Mr. Joe. Ah. Well, that tends to happen. It's hard to find a real good, solid group. All right. Well, he's not there. I'll message him later. By the way. All right. So I'm sorry, guys. What was that you guys were saying?
We're traveling along this blue line, ending about here. If we move a little bit further off the road just for camping, assuming nothing happens, that's how far we get this next day.
Oh, okay, okay. All right, so so there's not going to be any kind of encounters because again, you guys are already prepared for all this. Unless you stay on the road, you're not really nobody's really going to mess with you. All right, so you make it to the next day. Once the you start to get closer to Tirgor, you start to see what looks to be almost like a funnel overhead the city, almost like a tornado. But it's not with winds or anything. It's more like a vortex, I guess you could say. And from the outskirts of the city, you see a lot of wagons. Well, not, you would see a few wagons, maybe with some families coming into funneling into Tirgor. So again, since you are the next day, all of a sudden, from out of the trees, you see a wagon of people going into Tirgor from the north, south, east, and west. So it's not like hundreds of people, by the way. It's only maybe a couple of wagons. At most, you would estimate that there's maybe about, uh, I don't know, 22 that are coming into the city from all sides. And you only know this because I know that the owl people can fly. And again, I would assume that you're surveilling the area. Um, all right, so from over here, as a matter of fact, from the west, you see what looks to be a place where a lot of these flying bats are coming from. So they seem to be coming specifically from this castle here. I guess you can call it a castle, and they're flying to all cities. So let me draw that. So something like this. You see that the instead of the bird people going down into the city and you know carousing with the natives, they don't even you know talk to the natives or anything like that. They specifically go out and into this castle area. So again, the flying creatures are not. They don't converse with the natives. They don't even talk to them. All they do is basically just patrol the area. They all seem to be coming from this castle over here. And again, you guys are down looking at the flying creatures, and you kind of notice that.
Alright. How far are we from Tigor? Tigger? Tigor?
Here we go. Do we want to try to
So
see if we can talk to any of the people traveling into Tirgo before they get there? See if we can get some more information, or do we want to just try to get into Tirgo?
I think we should just try to get into Tirgo as quickly as we can.
Okay.
Yeah. Aren't you a bard? You can talk your way into everything and any place.
Exactly. Not
Mhm.
going anything.
Because I'm an owl person, and they're like,
Yeah.
"What the
Ah,
are
you're
you?"
fine.
Did you see my old joke?
I did.
Yeah.
I mean, we can just disguise kit on you. I don't know how much that'll work, but
So as we get closer to Tirgo, is the setup of the city similar? Guards at the gates, bats on all the walls, type of deal? What do we see as we get close to the city?
Once you get to the city, you see pretty much the same. Remember, there's like a weird vortex overhead, almost like the Borealis, weird lights. But it looks like another festival is happening. This time you can definitely hear some bells at certain times of the day. Again, since you guys are a little bit close to the city, you can definitely hear the bells from coming from inside the city. Now the bells only happen at certain times. You don't hear them constantly. You guys haven't been close to the city to estimate how often they ring. But by the time that you get there, you estimate to be like noon or 12 o'clock in the afternoon. But well, again, it's perpetual nighttime. But if you had a watch, you would estimate that it's about 12 o'clock in the afternoon.
The people that we see along the roads that are going into Tirgo, are they being stopped and searched on their way in? Or are the guards just letting them pass through? Like, what do we kind of see from afar happening at the gates?
It's pretty much the same scenario as the previous city. Large entourage of guards at the front. You have the flying creatures that, again, don't get involved with the humans. They basically just stand on the perch and then go to the castle to where you know where the castle is at. You don't notice anything. Well, the whole place is a little bit out of the ordinary, but you don't hear screams of people being killed or anything like that.
But like, are the guards stopping people on their way into the city to question them or search their wagons, or are they just letting people pass through since
Yeah,
it's
they're just letting
daytime?
people. Yeah, they're just
Okay.
letting people pass through. They see that these are humans with, again, there's an unusual amount of pregnant females. You don't know why that is, but that's not technically normal. That's kind of strange.
So do we
Person
just
of
want to
demon.
Hmm.
try to walk into the city? Well, what do we want our story to be for why we're coming?
Yeah, it's the same.
We could say that we're a circus.
For a
Yeah.
circus.
Entertainment.
I'm in a costume. You're a dwarf. Wolfgang. What's your race again?
Huh? What the?
What's your race again?
You think he's some sort of a dark elf?
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
Sean. I am actually um elf from the Shadow Plane. If you know.
okay. Okay. I'm a human in like what's it called, an outfit. Lavania's a dwarf. Wolfgang, I guess he's like an elf who wanted to be a human who wanted to be an elf. So he just glued pointy ears on his ears, I guess. And Morel could be a dwarf as well. And we're a circus,
Okay,
bringing joy and wonder.
but I can change into whatever I want actually. So
Can you turn to a human?
yeah,
If you can do that, you can be the ringmaster.
but the problem is if people have true sight. If you have, I can change with the. I'm good at deception, so you can try to. If you have.
I doubt anyone has true sight in there. I really doubt it.
That's why I have spells, but it's not maybe better to do a deception with disguise kit because it's very simple to change from an elf to a human.
Yeah,
That's a
so
simple
like
change. Owl to human is not so simple.
Yeah,
no, that's why I said like you're like the dwarf. You're like what's it called, like those small things. I forget. It's like at circuses they have like the horror exhibits or something like that.
a gnome
That's
is
what it
actually
is.
better, maybe. Mm.
Yeah, no, or just like you're a very small human. You're just covered in
You're a child,
feathers. You want to be a bird.
child dressed as a bird.
Yes, yes, perfect. A child dressed in an owl costume.
Mm.
Okay. Let me check my notes, see if there's anything else we learned about Tirgo before we head into there.
So are we all okay with the circus?
Sure.
Yeah, that.
I am.
All right.
I'm a good at deception. I think not bad.
All right. So you're gonna be the human ringmaster.
I think also the maybe the bard is a good at deception.
Probably.
Or sleight of hand, steal all the keys and different things like that. Sleight of hand on for your performance.
Yeah, I can do like a backflip or something, or like juggle.
Acrobatics, yeah.
DM,
Yeah, acrobatic and just juggle.
DM, I have in my notes that Gregor had told us that he did hear of someone who was kind of being head of the new leadership in the north in the prince's absence.
Yeah.
Name I wrote down was Hudson. Is that correct?
Yeah. That basically, since they've gotten word that the princess disappeared for whatever reason, this individual is head of the city. I guess he's like the new leader of Tirgo. You also know, if you weren't, if he didn't mention this, he should have mentioned this, is that his headquarters is in the castle of Guriui?
Good.
Yeah. So that's really where he that's his command center, I guess you could say.
Good
Tirgor
boy.
is basically where the whole population lives. He has his own little command center.
Okay.
So
Um,
yeah.
Okay, well, let's head into Tiergo and see if the guards let us through.
All right. So just
All right, the circus act.
yeah.
Yeah.
This is gonna be like a versus a deception versus insight. Okay, guys. So make sure you know how that's gonna be working. All right.
I'm
So,
bardic inspirationing myself because just in case.
all right,
Before we get-
so let's go. All right, so you're outside of the city of Tirgo. You see the mammoths, the armies. Now in this particular town, you also notice that the majority of the guards, are dressed in complete black. You also notice that some of these head of the guards, they have these black, almost like. Well, let me draw it. Make sure I
Were
can.
the guards at the previous town Fagorus not in all black?
No, they were basically just. They look like pretty hefty
Okay.
guards. Let me draw. Yeah, you know what? I think I even have a picture of it because I was getting all prepared for this. Oh, by the way, he's not coming back. Joe is like, hey, there's too much misogyny. I'm like, oh, really?
Massage. What the
I,
hell is like people take?
I don't know. I guess
What?
we gotta be politically correct here in the United States. And
Okay, that's very strange. That's we've never gone in Norway. Norway is we say what we mean actually. So it's like yeah,
well,
you shouldn't take yourself so serious because you never get out of your life alive. You
well,
should take care of it.
I don't believe in censorship. I believe that
No, same as me.
All right. Well, let's see. Let me put the pictures of my boys. Here we go. I found it, guys. Let me just show you. Shit. What the hell? Let me try that one more time. Okay, here we go. I found it. This is what you see. The male guards have this, kind of cloak. Well, you don't see any females, by the way. I know that this is a female garb. I get it. It's just that the hoodies on their heads of some of these guards, they look like that. So, let me just draw like a side. All right. So here's a hood. All right. Let's just say here's the top of the face, and then they have this mask on that is just like almost like you know how when you play with swords, fencing, you have those kind of
Mm.
weird masks that.
Like the mask. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
what I'm about.
So if you can imagine one of those fencing type of masks, but it's completely black, that's what you see on some of the guards. Again, they don't have dresses.
Gee,
The men have
they
pants.
look like me, man. They look exactly like me.
well, anyway, you get the idea. You do see a couple of females walking around with these garbs, but again, you're not in the city yet.
Yeah, I'm just looking
Yeah.
at it. They look exactly like me.
All right. So again, you see these guards with these hoods on their head. They have pants on because they're males. They're given the sign language deal. Remember, they're not speaking. Who wants to do the talking with these fellow people?
Okay. Who has the highest? What's it called?
Deception, that would be me.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
I have
so
10 plus 10.
did you have a token out for
But I
the
do not have
guard?
proficiency.
I have plus 10. I have proficiency
Plus
in
10
as
to
well.
deception. My deception is a plus 16.
Ooh, what the fuck? I am a dwarf. Yes, I am.
We had lots of money. I bought some tomes of leadership to up my charisma.
Okay, yeah, you have a shitload of good stuff, man.
Um, or if you want, since it's your first time joining, if you want to
No,
do the
no, no,
RPing,
no.
I can aid
Women
you.
first. Women first, man. Women
Sure.
first.
I do all the RPing here. Um, feel free to contribute to the ideas of the conversation because my creativity is not the best.
Ooh.
Okay, so we're being stopped by the guards. We
Yeah,
need to talk our way into the city.
for the purposes of the black hooded people, I'm just gonna say these are the black hooded people.
The
Um,
only problem is maybe that you're a small child talking.
I'm an imposing small child.
yeah.
Okay.
I am a human in a tiger costume.
Okay.
All right. So just a heads up. So you have the regular guards, which are these guys, and you have the black hooded people, which are these guys. You also see the battle horrors that are they're spread out in the city, guys. So don't think they're all there's like a hundred of these guys. There's maybe at the most 12 total. And again, you don't
Um,
the estimation that you get from the size of the city to uh, the randomness of you seeing these guys, you get to see, oh, yeah, there's not as many as we thought. All right, so you're in front, you're talking to this guy. This is the one that you're going to make, you know, this guy's going to make the insight and your deception that you're going to go up against. So
um,
you
do
want
we know what type of being he is, or we would not recognize him
to.
either?
Well, I'll give you this. From the makeup, you know that he's some sort of a sorcerer, uh, a caster, I should say. He looks like he's got his back. He's got his spell book. He's got the components. So I mean, that's a dead giveaway. You know that he's some sort of sorcerer. He also has a sword, so maybe some sort of a. You've seen these types before, maybe like a warcaster, something like that.
Okay. Well, as we approach, I will be friendly and say, "Hail, what festivities are happening in the great city of Tirgo today?"
He looks at you and then he says, "Well, who are you?" And there's only one of him at the front of the gate. There's a well, you already know about the bat people and the guards. So he basically just says, "Who are you? Where do you come from?"
Um, we are the great traveling circus, and we are looking to simply provide entertainment to those seeking to be entertained.
He kind of looks at you skeptically while the wagons are kind of passing you by. Again, it's not like an army of newcomers. There's maybe 12 a day at the most, maybe. So he again he doesn't really kind of believe you. So do you want to roll a deception check or
Sure, I will roll a deception check.
remember if I
Please,
beat you,
Lord,
you're
have
gonna
mercy.
be I'm probably gonna have you arrested. So let's just make sure we're all on the same page.
Well, just to be real sure, we will add the
Oh
bardic
shit!
inspiration on there.
God damn!
Yeah.
All right, well, let me do an insight. Da. All right, so he kind of looks you up and down. The guards are basically looking for him to take the lead on the interrogation, and he says, "Well, you come at an opportune time, partake in the festivities." And then you kind of look inside. You can see one of the battle horrors kind of walking around. The majority of the people inside the city, they look like to be having a good time. The kids are kind of running around. Everybody seems to be doing pretty well. As soon as you and he kind of says, "Do you have any questions before uh, you go? We let you in the city, or is there any?"
Um, I'll just ask, is it some sort of a festival occurring today? What can you tell us of the festivities going on right now?
And he says, "Every day's a festival." And then he brings up, I'm sorry, what was the guy's name that that I gave you? Uh, Holum?
The leader's name?
Yeah, yeah.
Hudson.
Hudson. Let me write down Hud. All right, he says, Hudson, we're having a a daily nonstop affair of bringing in the refugees from wherever they come from. And then you also see like a lot of signs throughout the city. By the way, before you go in, you see a big billboard up at the on top of the gate that says sanctuary, and he says we basically are a sanctuary for the refugees coming from the south. So this is some. He's basically like doing some gaslighting on you. You already know what's happening there, Lavanya. It's not like he's trying to deceive you because you already know
I'm
the truth.
playing dumb to all
Yeah.
this stuff. Yeah.
So he's basically saying that the refugees from the south are, are being brutalized. They've been taken care. They've been raped and all sorts of bad things that are happening from the south, which is Sangonia. I'm sorry, When were they? Ver something. I know I should be pronouncing these countries, but I'm kind of in a hurry. All right, so he's basically saying that the people from the south have been brutalized. They're seeking refuge here. He's basically showing you how great this place is. The kids are being taken care of. The men that are coming in, they're being separated from the families, the kids, and the women in the wagon. They're being taken somewhere else. There's another person in black, pretty much the same as him. This one is in a black dress, like I showed you earlier, and she is separating the men from the other females and the kids that are in the wagon, and so they're going in a different direction. Anyway, you kind of notice this, and then he's telling you that again, he's telling you that they're refugees from the south. People in the south are just horrible people, so on and so forth.
Cool, cool. Okay.
Maybe we can ask them where it's like an N we could go to.
There's a what to go to?
There's like an N.
Yeah, he says.
Just
Yeah, so he basically shows you the inn, which would be. Let me just draw it here. It's like a. Oops. Okay, well. All right, let me just put a circle here, like right there. Or I'll ping it. It's this area here. Right, pretty much right next to the gate, by the way.
Okay.
All right, so everybody's clear. They're separating the men from the boys and girls and the females. The wagons are going to the left. The men are going to the right. They're not being like manhandled or anything like that. As a matter of fact, Ms. Perception of, oh well, you're Mr.
Morel has the high perception.
I think he is 18 if I remember. Mr. Sigil has a 19 perception. So Mr. Morel and Mr. Not Sigil, Squid. Mr. Squid and Mr. Morel, you notice that the men don't have any tongues, the guards, I should say. So the reason they're using sign, I mean, you're so close to them that you figured it out why they're using sign language. So all the men in the city, they don't look like they have tongues. So the guys that just came into the city, they have tongues. They're probably going to get their tongues whacked off, but you don't know that. But you do notice that the natives, the.
oh, oh, oh.
All right. So let's make sure we're on the same page. You notice that the men are being hurled or herded to the right. They're whatever. You don't know what's going to happen to them. The females are being taken by this lady in black. You notice that she does something with her hand. Actually, go ahead and make a Arcana check of 18. That's actually 16. So Mr. Perception, Mr. Morel, Mr. Squid, make a Arcana check of a 16, please.
All right. Oh, perfect.
All right,
Nice,
Morel,
Squid.
they're doing a charm on the ladies that are steering the wagon that they're in. So they go through the gate. There's a lady in black with a little fencing black garb And then she does a charm, and so she tells the the people in the wagons that come this way. We're going to take care of you. Everything's great. The men are being charmed, and they're going to the right. If they start to resist, the battle golems might get involved. But there's no static right now. Nobody's fighting. The charm is working perfectly. That's what they're doing. You Arcana people. You know this is happening. What you want to do with that information, I don't know.
Seems like we are going to be the same, put in the same box.
Uh,
We are entertainment.
you
Mm,
notice that they're pretty much interested in the families, the kids, and
mm,
they don't really care about
mm,
you. They're like, well, these guys are just circus freaks or whatever. So they don't
mm.
really they're not interested
Okay.
in you guys, is what I'm trying to say.
Mm.
But you do notice that the women in black, the ones that have the garb that I just put up here, you can't really tell if they're eyeing you because of the mask. So they have their face in your direction every so often. So you're not dumb. You know that you look like owls or whatever. So
So they're just taking like peeks at us.
well, they're not saying anything. Every so often they just kind of have their face in your direction. You don't know if they're actually looking at you because of the mask, but you know that you get the idea that they're looking at you. You know how you get the
Oh.
hair kind of goes up in the back of your neck. You know you're being watched, something like that.
Is, is most of the history here from Forgotten Realms or in general just
Yeah, yeah, you're in Ravenloft. There's no Forgotten Realms here.
okay.
Yeah.
That reminds me of the Witch Queens of Russia Men, actually.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, hopefully,
It's the same barbarian tribe. Oh, everything is strength, and all they are witch ruled by witches.
hopefully I'm not
Uh,
gonna scare you with my masochism and my
no, 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 no. There is a tribe in the Forgotten Realms north of Tay that has the same things, same history. It's like if you read the Forgotten Realms.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of bad things happening. That's why you're here. All right. Well, what's going on, y'all?
Let maybe go to the bar and talk with the bar. There is always information in the inn, little mm, bird. What should I call you as a nickname?
Yeah, maybe
I
go
wouldn't say
to
something
the
bad to you.
All right. So you see a degree of these type of women. Remember,
maybe go
so just to make
to
sure
like the bar.
real, yeah, real fast. Real fast, I just want to mention that the guys that are in charge of the militia, the captain of the guard or whatever, they are wearing this type of headdress. The little ranger's hood with a fencing, the fencing mask, and then you see these females that are they look like they might be in charge. So there goes the masochism because the women are in charge.
Mm.
So this has nothing to do with masochism. This has to do with the women in charge. Jesus Christ. All right. Well, what's the deal, y'all?
I will
Huh.
follow the little bird person to the inn, maybe, and let's get information, more information. Maybe we'll find out what the hell is happening here.
Yes.
All right.
Mm.
And remember, guys, it's a perpetual midnight. It's
Mm.
a full moon, so seeing somebody is not difficult. You guys, you've been outside in the full moon, and it's pretty easy to spot somebody. So, if anything, you're just going to be in a city. All right. Well, let me go ahead and stop talking and put you guys on the city streets. All right. So you have the option of going into your hotel or your inn, I should say, or walking the streets because again, it's going to be nothing but wall to wall full moon scenarios. All right. So you guys, do you
God.
walking the streets, or do you go into your hotel? Just want to know.
How,
Vanya, what do you think?
as we're walking to the inn, how prevalent are these battle horrors? Are we like seeing one every block? Are they kind of sporadic? Like, how
It
dense is the population of these horrors?
it would be a 1d10 chance of them being anywhere at any time. So, say for example, you're outside. They're not going to be in the hotel. They're too big. They might smash through the door in to get into the hotel, but that's something different. So, if you decide to, maybe kill somebody or whatever, I'll roll 1d10 and say, well, there's you hear a battle horror coming in your direction. So that's how often they're around. I don't know. I have to roll 1d10, which is pretty small, by the way.
Yeah, well, 10%.
10% is
And
not too bad.
okay, and from what we can tell moving through the city, they aren't actively aggressing against the populace frequently. Like, I assume they have a purpose and they will engage in a fight for
It,
certain things, but
it is almost like Christmas time in the city. Everybody seems to be having a good time. The kids are running around. The females are being charmed, so they're not going to, resist. You see the Gestapo with the women in black. Almost, they're common. So they're going to be. If you're wondering how often they're going to show up, they're 50-50 that they might show up. Say for example, you're inside of a tavern and you start to kill somebody. That's a 50-50 chance they're going to come into the tavern and start whipping some ass. So that's how prevalent they are in the city. 50 is kind of high, kind of high. So you're taking your chances if you want to start some shit. Is what I'm trying to say.
I don't want to start some shit. I'm just wondering if us just being out on the roads gives us a high probability of being targeted for some sort of an attack.
Well, right now they think you guys are a bunch of circus freaks, so nobody really gives.
It is 2 owls.
Yeah. Yeah. Right now you beat me on the deception, so I'm not gonna mess with you because you won that one. Let me put you on this other map, actually.
I say we go hang out at the inn, assuming we don't encounter any issues on our way there, and just see who we can talk to glean information.
All right. You guys have any other ideas? Or I know that the dude wanted to buy some stuff, so you have an option of going to buy some gear, going to the tavern, or going to the inn. Which
we could always stop and buy stuff first. It is the middle of the day, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Elvania, do you actually go get the goggles now, or do you actually get it later?
The goggles Joe wanted, which he dropped, so we don't need those anymore. You wanted your potions and arrows, though.
Yeah, and goggles too, because like they're very useful now. They're an uncommon item.
Already? I thought you did have those.
No, I never bought them. Like, never.
All right, so
it's city streets. There.
Okay, so we're going to a
Took
shop
longer
to buy some basic needs.
All right, so the store. Am I correct on that?
Yes.
Yep.
All right, so you make it to the next door. You see basically like a family just walking in. One of the merchant of the area is a female. Let me go ahead and put you on the map. She kind of looks a bit nervous as you guys walk in. So again, she's catering to the customers. She sees you guys. She's a bit startled, and she, as a matter of fact, she tries to kind of avoid you. As a matter of fact, so let me put you on the map real fast. So what does that mean? Whatever you want it to mean. So let me put you guys.
I'm trying to smell my armpits, like Do I really smell that bad?
Well,
It's
it's
scaring the common people, Heineck.
Okay.
all right. So this lady right here is the owner, guys. Yeah. Oh, let me turn down that. Anyway, she kind of she avoids you, and the rest of the customers are basically just minding their business. None of them are kind of leery of you guys. As a matter of fact, the majority of the ones that are in this area, they just kind of look at you, but really don't say anything. Sort of like they're being polite by not pointing out that you guys are freaks. So they're being they're being kind of nice to you guys without talking to you because they don't really want to talk to you. And this lady here, again, the owner of the store, she is basically talking to the other customers, trying to avoid looking at you. So if you're in the store, just drag and drop your token in there, so I know who wants to talk to her or not.
Yep. And I'm refreshing my Foundry real quick.
Yeah, just take your time,
I
guys.
couldn't see. I got a black screen. Refreshing.
I mean, I'm
Oh
planning to go
man.
into the store, but Squid's the one who wanted to buy stuff, so I'm just kind of hanging out while he does what he wants to do.
All right,
Unless he
Lavanya, go ahead
records.
and
Just in case they're like an axe in my head or something.
yeah, this is gonna be kind of high, Lavanya. You can make a Well, your perception is 16. All
My
right.
task.
Yeah.
Do you
Go ahead.
want me to roll a perception?
Yeah, go ahead and make a roll of 18. 18.
Boom.
Oh shit. All right. Well, you notice that yeah, this is this is fucking too obvious. But you notice that she has a scarf around her neck and she just keeps tugging on it like it's like itching or whatever. Anyway, so the scarf is a black scarf that wraps all around. Well, you would think that it's not that unusual, but you notice that the scarf is it's a high quality and she keeps itching on the at her neck, sort of like she's got a rash and she's trying to cover it. And then when she looks at you, she kind of looks away, and she goes because again, you're definitely not a human, and she's like, well, maybe she's seen you freaks before, meaning that there's other people from Greyhawk, Dragonlance, Tiger people, dwarves, elves. So she knows that you're not native. Is what I'm trying to say there, Lavanya. What's the deal, y'all?
I'm just gonna keep observing
All right,
her
let me
while
go
Squid
buy
does
my
his
stuff.
thing.
Uh huh.
I might try to talk to her
All right, so
after.
As far as buying whatever you want,
where
Squid,
is she?
she's this one. She's
She
got
this one?
she's the one that is not a like a up like an up or a token. This is more like a full.
Okay.
Usually the guys that I put here that have like a full picture are the talking NPCs.
The important ones.
Yeah, the important ones.
All right, I'm gonna walk up to her and say, "Do you have any goggles or arrows I could buy, please?"
And then she kind of is kind of hesitant to talk to you, and she doesn't even talk to you there, Squid. She just points at the shelf over there where you can find whatever you want. So again, she's trying to avoid you. She's not being like get the fuck out of here. She's just being kind of timid and pointing to the place where you're gonna buy whatever it is that you're buying. She's not even talking to you, by the way. She's like not not saying
All right,
anything.
I'm gonna I'm gonna tell her thank you. I'm gonna go find my goggles, my arrows.
And she's
I
go ahead.
While I'm kind of just keeping an eye on everything, does anyone else in the store seem to be like, I don't see any of those other dark robed spellcasters in here or
No.
anyone who seems suspicious. It just seems like regular civilians in here, right?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, I would tell you I would put the dark lady in the map if she was there.
Okay. Um,
And remember, you know that they're all some sort of they have components. They have a spell book. They also have a sword. You can see the sword on the side of their hilt, or the side of their body inside their hilt. or wait a minute, a hilt is the end of the sword. What am I talking about? Anyway,
Yeah.
what's the deal, y'all?
Alright, I'm gonna go back up to her and I'm gonna place the stuff down on the counter and say I would like to buy these items, please.
And then she doesn't even talk to you. She gets one of her assistants to actually work with you, and then she goes back to you know helping out another customer. So she's definitely trying to avoid you. The other assistant is another female, and she basically talks to you. Says, "What can I help you with?" The other female, by the way, I know Lavagna's gonna ask.
I
She doesn't have a scarf, Miss Lavagna. Um,
Hmm.
so only she has the black scarf. Another question you're gonna ask: Well,
I'm good.
do the other commoners have scarves? No, they're all male, Lavanya. So whatever it is that you want to make of that. So yeah, let me go ahead and get that NPC on the map. Go ahead, Squid.
I'm gonna say I'm here to purchase these items. I'll put the goggles and some arrows and some potions on the table.
And he kind of, whatever the price is, guys. I'm like, you guys, I don't mess with the your money. That you take care of that on your own. All right, she takes the money and she says, thank you. She's not hesitant to talk to you, Squid. So you notice the difference between the owner of the store and this female who does not have a scarf and is being very cordial, very polite with you, and basically says, do you need anything else?
Do you can you tell me more about the city, if you could, if you want to?
And she goes. She says she gets a bright smile on her face, and she says there's a festivities throughout the night. And then she basically says, we don't really know what time it is technically. We just whenever we feel tired, we just go to sleep. So these people don't work on they work on their own time clock, their own body clock. If they get tired, they just go to sleep. So they don't really have a schedule, is what I'm trying to tell you guys. So the stores
Okay.
are open 24/7. There's always somebody that can take their shift. Right now, it's technically the morning. If you had a watch, you would know that it's probably like 11 in the afternoon or 11 in the morning is what I'm trying to say. And the lady with the scarf is avoiding your. I mean, she's actually trying to walk away from you. I mean, it's obvious that she's trying to avoid you, Lamanya, is what I'm trying to say. All right, so you get the happy lady.
I'm going to follow her, and um, when we're not immediately next to another person, cast suggestion on her
All right.
and basically say, um, Miss, I have some questions for you, and you would want to answer these. Basically, implying that she wants to speak to me.
Oh, okay. Well, let
So
me
that's
let me just give you like a low. You know what? I know. Well, I'm gonna give you a low level nobody just to see. I know you're gonna make it, but let me put a normal NPC because this is just a picture. By the way, that guys.
okay.
Yeah.
Let me untarget her then, and then I'll
So let
cast
me
spell.
just a nobody. Yeah.
Because she does
Uh,
get whoever it is gets a save against the suggestion. It's
yeah. If you can, you know what? I'll delete this one. This is better because this one has stats. Is the reason I want to use
okay.
this one. Yeah, it's low level stats, but they're stats instead of a picture. So if you want to go ahead and roll, that's totally fine. All right. Did you make it? Concentrating.
Nope, she failed. So she wants to talk to me and tell me all the stuff.
All right. So she was a little wilt flower, trying to be all shy and anyway. So she looks at you now, and she looks like she's a little bit braver when she looks at you, and she actually Well, she doesn't have a smile, but she says, "How can I help you?"
Hi, we're new to Tirgo and just kind of trying to like feel our way around the city. What can you tell us about the festival that's going on? It seems daily that the festival's occurring.
And she says, "Yes, we're celebrating the sacrifice of the new moon, which is a daily occurrence." And then she kind of looks. There is a clock on the side of the wall there, Lavanya, and it basically says 11 in the morning. She says the festivities happening at midnight, and she kind of points to the clock, almost like a child, trying to make sure that you understand that it happens at 12 o'clock. It's not like it's 12 o'clock. She points it out on the clock like it's some kind of a ritual occurrence.
Um,
Hmm.
so since it seems like it's always night here, so is every 12 o'clock midnight now, or is there still a noon even though it's dark outside?
She says noon will be happening in about 1 o'clock, and then she kind of points to the clock again, almost like she's not retarded, but she wants to emphasize that the time, since again it's always a full moon. She wants to make sure you understand that there is a clock. It's just that there's always a full moon. And remember, there's a Boreas uh, light show that's happening above the city, so people are just, it's almost like a festive occasion, but
So,
but
so the way she's pointing at the clock, so the 12 o'clock position is midnight,
uh huh,
which is when the sacrifice of the new moon happens.
yeah.
1 o'clock is noon.
Well, no, well, 12 o'clock is noon. 1 o'clock is just regular 1 o'clock. It's 11 o'clock now. If I didn't mention that earlier, so
So
it's a
like you did say that. So like in an
it's
hour, is it midnight or in an hour is it noon?
noon. It's going to be noon. So you have
Okay.
13 hours till midnight.
Okay,
13
so they
hours.
still do a 24-hour
Yeah,
cycle
yeah.
even though it's dark all the time. Okay.
Yep, yep. But they
Um,
don't have like they close at 6 kind of thing. Everything's always open. If you want to go to bed, you can go to bed. So it's a 24-hour kind of a city. Always there's something going on.
um, again, we just got into town today. What exactly is the sacrifice of the new moon?
She says what the hell was that guy? I'm sorry, Lavanya. What was that guy's
Hudson?
name? Hudson. Yeah. Let me write that down. All right. So he says Hudson is going to sacrifice one of our newcomers or citizens of the city in order to bless and make this place impregnable to the barbarians of the South. So she's kind of, again, they think that the South are a bunch of, killers and murderers. And the sacrifice that happens at midnight is for the sanctuary or to keep the city safe. So they have to sacrifice someone at midnight in order to make sure that the power of the sacrifice to whatever the god that they believe in. Right now, the god is Mr. Hudson. So Hudson's considered their god technically. So that's what she's telling you. So Hudson's there's going to be a ritual tonight, midnight, and they're going to sacrifice someone in order to make sure that the gods are in their favor, and Hudson is sort of like our god right now.
Um,
Hmm.
And she's okay with it because, remember, she's like they don't want to be killed by the barbarians to the south. Everybody around here is having a good time. The kids are running around, the females are running around. The men have their tongues cut off, but you gotta, what are you gonna do? Um,
I will kind of be like, oh, what a blessing it is for this city that Hudson has stepped up in the prince's absence. How did he assume such a role?
and he says, we don't really know. He disappeared about 3 months ago. That's when Hudson basically took over the reins of the city. He was his advisor, as a matter of fact. But again, one day the prince just up and left, and Hudson took over the duties of the city. and he's doing a splendid job. Of course, we didn't have the constant night ritual, but that's totally fine. We love it because again, you look out the street there, guys, and you know it almost looks like Christmas, guys. So it's all festive. People are happy. I mean, people are getting sacrificed, but you know, hey, you know, what are you gonna do? And the men are have their tongues cut off, but hey, what are you gonna do? So everybody's
Wait,
okay with
because
this.
the men have their tongues cut out?
She says, well, Hudson thought that the men should know their place, and it was a decree by him and the order. And she when she calls the order, she kind of looks outside the and you know what she's talking about. The order meaning that the ladies with the black dress. She calls them the order. She says Hudson and the order basically wanted to make sure that the men knew their place, and of course the men, of course, they're not complaining. They seem to be okay with it, just as long as the city is in sanctuary and we welcome all people into our festivities, and hopefully we can, you know, accommodate these newcomers. And this is and the reason that she's saying that is because there used to be daylight and nighttime, guys. It's just that when Hudson took over, it just took on complete darkness, 24/7, and more of these wagons came in. Specifically, families came into the city. It wasn't like that before. She's saying, you know, before it was just normal, everyday people would come in and out. It wasn't a big deal. Now it's almost uh, it's strange, but gone we've become accustomed to the way things have been headed under Hudson's leadership.
Bro.
Sounds like he's doing a
Alright.
wonderful things for this city. But
Well, not for the men.
I did notice. I did notice your scarf is gorgeous. Where did you get it?
And then she kind of tries to. Well, you have her under. Okay, yeah. And then she puts her hand over her throat, Lavanya, and she says, "Well, I've had this almost a month now." And then she says, "It's kind of strange. It's almost like a rash, and it's a bit uncomfortable." And then she starts to scratch on it, but she doesn't, you know, she doesn't uncover for you to see her throat. Is what I'm trying to say.
Can I do a magical check if this is a magical device?
You mean her scarf?
Yeah.
You
Is it like a magical controlling device or something like that?
Oh yeah, you can definitely do detect magic. That's not a problem.
Yeah, but like, I don't want to cast a spell that everybody sees or anything like that. I'm just gonna detect it with an Arcana check, and like, see if there
Oh
is
yeah,
any symbol.
yeah. You can definitely do an Arcana check. Yeah, I forgot about detecting magic with an Arcana. Yeah, go ahead and make a 16 check, Arcana 16.
Okay, Arcana. Now it's gonna put me in the and Arcana. Because it seems like maybe they have something that controls people, and maybe we shouldn't tell so much. Well, ooh, a good roll.
I'm debating casting Greater Restoration to see if there is a curse on it that would like free her, but
Well, you definitely don't detect Arcana, Mister New Actor. But
Mm.
yeah.
Maybe like divine spell crafter. It's like maybe like a divine magic, because could
Well,
be holy symbol from it.
yeah. Well, you detect magical items in the store, but nothing on her that
Mm,
is magical. I mean, regular clothes, you know, things like that.
mm.
so the scarf isn't giving any sort of like magical
No, no, it's
indicator.
just a normal scarf that she uses to cover her throat.
Mm. She's been hung before.
Hmm.
Mm.
Um,
She's an undead.
Well, I mean,
I'm gonna. Do you mind? I'd be curious to see what. Do you mind if I try your scarf on?
and she says, "No, well, no, you have suggestion on me. There's nothing I can do to stop you from fucking with me, right, Lavanya? Yeah, I have to do what you tell me.
I mean, technically, my suggestion was that she wants to answer my questions. So
Okay.
that's the impulse she's under.
All right. Well, question versus action. Am I correct? Like I can answer your
Yeah,
question.
I'm trying to get information out of her,
Yeah.
but I'm also pushing the boundaries a bit here.
Yeah.
So the specific thing I cast suggestion on was, you know,
It
I
wouldn't
have
do
some
anything
questions for
different.
you, and it would be to your benefit to
Hmm.
basically talk to me.
Well, she definitely she says. I mean, other than her not wanting to show you or give you the scarf or undo the scarf, she is okay with answering question because from the description of suggestion, that means that I don't have to make do an action in order for me to take off the scarf. You
Correct,
tell me.
unless the suggestion was that you do that particular
All right.
action,
Well,
which I
you.
so.
Well, it's whatever you tell me. That's what I'm gonna do.
So I asked her the question, would you mind if I try on your scarf? What does she say?
Uh, she doesn't have. Well, she doesn't have to agree with you. Is that correct? Or
Correct.
okay, because it's a question. If you are asking me a question, then no, I don't want to show you the scarf. If you're commanding me to give you the scarf, that's something completely different.
Correct.
Okay,
The suggestion was that she wants to answer my questions, and I'm asking her, basically admiring the scarf and saying, I think it's gorgeous. Would you mind if I tried it on just to see how it looks on me?
and she says, actually, I'd rather not. This is what she says. I'd rather not.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to intrude. I did notice you seem to be like itching at your neck a lot. Do you have some sort of ailment or do you have something that's ailing you?
She says, well, I've had this rash for the last month. It just doesn't seem to go away. Um, but other than that, I'm okay. And she kind of says, I'm okay. Don't worry about me.
Are you sure my companions and I do have some skills in healing. We'd be happy to see if we could provide some um, treatment for you that might alleviate the rash or the itching.
Again, that is a question, not a suggestion. Am I correct on that?
Correct.
All right.
Yeah.
She said, no, I'd rather not. I think I have a handle on it. I've been using some herbs and minerals, some teas. They've been helping a lot. Unfortunately, they haven't helped my fatigue, but she said, don't worry about me. Is there something I can show you around? So she's going back to.
Okay. A 15 insight check on what she's saying to kind of gauge at how. I mean, I'm assuming I kind of know she's lying to me, but just to be official, I'm rolling an insight check on what she's telling
Advantage.
me.
Do you want me to roll?
I'm gonna.
I'm gonna roll an insight check.
I'm
If
gonna.
you're
I have a higher
listening to the
one.
conversation, you could roll it, but if you're not listening, then
All right. Well, I rolled to oppose on my
Nah, I'm
deception,
just.
which. All right. So she basically is trying to deceive. Well, not. Well, she's trying to deceive you with her answers, and she says, "No, no, no, thanks. That's totally fine. I don't want to be a burden to you. I don't want to be a bother. It should be me that is trying to help you." And then she kind of tries to divert the question by showing you around some of the items in the store.
okay, I'm going to recast suggestion
Well, you know
on
that
her.
you can command her to do whatever you want, Lavanya. It's not like unless your suggestion is up, which I don't know what the time is on the suggestion.
I mean,
So remember, you can command her to do anything you want, but you're asking questions.
again, it's based on the prompt I gave when I cast the suggestion, which
Okay.
is, I guess I could take advantage of that. Okay.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, if you're gonna waste another
if
suggestion,
it was an answer, it would be like, I actually think that scarf is covering something, or there's something else ailing you.
Again,
What is the problem that is ailing you, and can you show me the rash that you are experiencing?
all right. So she comes around, and then she brings down the scarf, and you see like almost like two puncture wounds on her neck with a heavy bruise on them. Again, that if she covers her neck completely, you can't hardly tell. You have to make a perception check of like 22 or something like that. But now that she's showing you the puncture wounds and a huge bruise on her neck, she says, "Look, I think it's just a rash. I mean, she does. Look, these people don't know about what they should know about. These are a bunch of common people that they don't know about. They don't metagame anything, guys. This is whatever.
I'm going to tell her that rash does actually look very severe. Do you have a private room where we could look at it a bit more closely, but still maintain your privacy?
I'm gonna roll 1d10 to see if the helper. A small chance that the helper is gonna be like, "What the hell are you doing with my manager?" All right, so the helper's still helping, and then she basically takes you in a back room, and let me go ahead and for the new guy, I'm pretty big on maps, Mr. New Guy. So let me put you guys on the map. Make sure I keep these. All right, so let me put you in. Well, actually, in this map.
And I'm going to have
Uh-huh.
whoever is in the shop of our party to come with me into the back room with her.
I'll come. Yep.
So basically, I want to get her alone so I could have the ability to cast spells in private, but I'm debating if it would be worthwhile to cast either. There's a vampire biting her neck. Why does she not remember? So question her in more detail about what happened, and if she doesn't remember, I don't know if lesser restoration or greater restoration would potentially cure her of any effects that would help her remember what happened.
Right. Remember, I mean, the vampires have a lot of a lot of things up their sleeve. All right, so let me. Yeah, you guys are in the map. Let me turn on the lights if they're not turned on. And again, whoever wants to be with Lavanya and her interrogation can do so. Let me put a name on.
Yeah, I'm being here too.
Mr. Heineck, I don't know what your abilities are, but if you have any ways to detect stuff that's going on with her, please chime in.
Yeah, I have.
I have very good insight.
I am good at fighting. I am not a very good detection person. I think.
Okay. Good to know. Okay, well.
Lavanya, what's your insight? What's your plus?
My insight is. Hold on.
I have a +9 to insight and perception.
Plus 11.
So,
Hey,
can you help with that?
You here, dude?
Oh, never mind. I guess you don't need my help.
You want to get in on some of this RP?
Yeah.
All right. Well.
So I'm going to ask another one private. Do you remember how you got this rash? Because it looks like someone bit you.
And I said, "Bit? What do you mean bit?" I remember this. They don't know anything they don't know anything about vampires, guys. They have no clue what you're talking about.
I'm gonna tell you, your rash looks like you have 2 puncture wounds with bruising around them. Do you remember being taken by something or bitten or attacked in any way when this rash started?
No. As a matter of fact, no. I don't remember anything at all. Unfortunately, my husband passed away not too long ago. As a matter of fact, he passed away right before Hudson took the leadership and the prince disappeared. But other than that, I don't know anything about punctures. I just thought it was an abscess. That's why I've been covering it up with a scarf. Hopefully, this tea and herbs that I've been offered by the order. And again, she's talking about the order, meaning the female Gestapo. So she's saying the order has been helping me out. I feel a little fatigued now and then, but they just told me to drink more tea, and that's what I've been doing.
What do we know about vampires and bite wounds?
Yeah, if you guys want a meta, I don't care. It's just that the NPCs don't know about punctures or vampires or anything like that.
I mean, for real, I know basics of vampire lore, but I don't know what it is in D&D in terms of mechanics. So, from a character perspective, what does my character know, or is there a check we can pass to learn to to
Yeah,
know
yeah.
what we know.
Undead would be religion. So a simple, since you guys are from Sigil, for you guys it would be like a 12 or undead.
I know stuff about vampires. Okay, what do I know about vampire bites and how long they
Uh,
last and the effect of them? And
yeah, whatever you wanna. I mean, you know pretty much whatever you want to know. If you want to look up their stats, you can do that. But you have a general idea that they can turn to wolves and they can turn into a gaseous form, and bats, and they drink
so
blood.
we'd be assuming that the vampire charmed her so she doesn't have a recollection of the attack, got
Or,
fed on,
uh-huh.
or like what are, and again, this is because I actually don't know the mechanics of vampires in D&D, like from a meta perspective. So what are the effects of a vampire bite to a character?
With her, the vampire would basically, gnaw on the window, and she would open the window door, and then maybe do a charm on her, or she could. Well, what lore that I am aware of is that the vampire has to be invited into their room in order for them to, drink the blood or whatever. So she doesn't remember too much because she is in a state to where it must have been a dream, but that she doesn't. Again, she doesn't know anything about vampires. All she knows is that maybe somebody went through the window, but she thinks of it as just being completely off the wall. That she doesn't even mention it to you. She's like, I mean, if you want to give her the third degree, you could, but this is
I
what.
mean, my thought is I'm trying to discern if it's even worth me casting lesser or greater restoration on her to try to restore her in some capacity.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't hurt, but if
But with my knowledge of how vampire bites work, would I know that those would be either of those would be useful to do or would not actually give me new information?
you would
That's what I'm
definitely,
trying to
yeah, since you made your check, you know what to do, what they are, how to fix it. So you know everything. So if you wanna do
So
that,
how do I fix it? What do I do?
a person, if I remember, maybe the rules lords can prep me on this. In order to bring somebody back from being a complete, because she's not a vampire, she's just being fed on,
Getting
guys.
feasted on.
Yeah. So does the restoration fix that? That's my question.
I'm trying to look through D&D Beyond. I think it mentions it somewhere. It's like a curse of vampirism, and there's a specific way to remove it.
So if
Okay.
it's a
Well,
curse, then it should be greater restoration, I think.
I'm trying to confirm that, but
yeah,
it's not
yeah,
easy to find.
yeah. If you guys wanna, yeah,
That's what I was trying to get at, DM. Is like, do I have the knowledge to know that my spells would be helpful or not before I waste the spell slots?
yeah, definitely help her
If I
out.
don't have that knowledge, then I could blow the spell slots, but I'd rather confirm if I know it or not.
Yeah, absolutely. Whatever Mr. Morel says is what we got here.
Yeah, so greater restoration can cure a curse.
Mr. Wolfgard, do you have any questions?
No, I am no questions.
All right, all right.
Yeah.
RP heavy session today, so
Yeah,
hopefully
yeah, I've been
get
looking
a
forward to
here
this.
shortly. But
Too bad
It's
Joe
always
left.
good to have some RPG. And yeah,
Yeah,
I just made a character that's more battle focused, but very
no.
good.
well, I will tell you, as the bard, I do most of the RPing, but
Yeah.
I always welcome, like from a meta perspective, if you have thoughts on things I should ask, like please chime in and like give me prompts because I sometimes have a hard time trying to run the RP solo.
Yeah, I've been working
Yeah,
on this story for about 3 weeks
I
now.
try.
Eager to get it out.
I think
Well,
it's vampires is always, but the problem is you have to know where the vampire lays.
yeah.
If you kill him, he will come back. So if you're first gonna kill a vampire, I think you need to find out where he is being, because not he's gonna find you again after you kill him, because he will come back, and then it will be a problem.
hmm Well,
Well,
now I'm wondering if Hudson himself is a vampire or if he's serving a vampire like Strahd
Mm.
or what. I don't know. and then there's this order of women in dark robes that are apparently just
There could
serving.
be all the women that are having spawn of vampires because vampires can actually not reproduce. So is it they have made a way to reproduce the vampires? It could be that
Oh,
Yeah, it
yeah.
could be.
and having the hood because they look it looks like they cover everything because they are vampires. They have gloves. They have even this. That's why they can be up in the sunlight a little bit, and that's
Yeah.
why there's going darkness.
Well, I've been reading a lot of Van Rice. Maybe it could be that. All
Mm.
right. Well,
Uh,
what?
So I think based on what Morel just said, and I know he's still looking up stuff on vampires, but I think Greater Restoration would be okay to cast because if she's cursed, that'll cure it.
I have very
I
good
will cast.
spells to kill vampires.
I will cast Greater Restoration on her. Let me target
All right.
her.
If there's a memory block by a spell, it could unleash it, but
I
I
So
don't think it's a spell. It's enchantment or domination.
in 5e raw, there is no
Mm.
like being bitten and then having caught anything that will turn you into a vampire. You have to be
Drained, yeah.
reduced to you have to die
Mm.
Well, she hasn't.
to the bite of a vampire, and that will raise them as a vampire spawn. Otherwise, the person or the vampire spawn has to drink the blood of the vampire to turn
Yeah.
into a true vampire.
Yeah, you got
And
it.
that's all like kind of instant, and you're a vampire. There is no 5e roll for like having any kind of affliction that will slowly turn you into a vampire.
Yeah, yeah. Interview with a Vampire is what I'm. It's probably it's just. I think it's the same as what Mr. Morel said. All right. Well, I think we're all on the same page.
So,
So
which means even if she was bitten, she wouldn't have a curse on her. She's just being fed on
yeah.
in a capacity that's not actually killing her or transforming her.
Right.
Usually they
Thank you.
feast on
All right. We're
on
getting.
the women.
She just doesn't have memory of it, which I don't
Yeah.
know how to restore her memory
Oh,
to
well,
know that unless
she comes around because again you've just fixed her, low blood level that she's thought that she thought she had a cold or COVID or whatever, and now she's figured out. Oh
So do you
shit.
want me to actually cast the Greater Restoration on her?
Oh, I thought you already did, but okay, okay.
I started to queue it up, but I didn't finish it out because Morel started talking.
Oh,
So
gotcha.
if you're going to say that's going to fix something for her, I will cast it. Okay. It is, I think I actually cast it on myself, but let's say I cast it on her. I
Oh,
just
okay.
had the wrong targeting.
All right. When she comes around, her face, her complexion looks more reddish. She wasn't as pale as she was before. The bruise on her neck is gone. The punctures are gone. You can see that she's more pinkish in color now. She actually is more upbeat and not as morose as she was when she started talking to you guys. So she's more excited, more alive, I guess you could say. And then she says, "My God, what did you do to me?"
It seemed like you were afflicted by something. You do have some magical abilities. I cast a healing spell on you. It seemed to restore something. Did any memories come back as to what occurred to you?
She might or might not feel that you've done something wrong, due to the fact that they've got Stockholm syndrome, guys. So she might or might not. Okay, these people are kept dumb for a reason. Before you guys start to, you know, uh, berating me on the story.
Uh,
All right, so she's not gonna freak out. All right, so she kind of looks at you like a bit confused, and then she starts to remember, and she says, "The order, they come to my room at night. Uh, they tell me that they're only trying to help me, and there's always a group of one or two or three, sometimes even four, that come into my room." And then she starts going to how she falls into a languid stupor when they visit her room at night. Because again, in order to get into her room, you have to knock on their window, and she has to let you in. And so the order has everybody by the balls or has everybody fooled? Is what I'm trying to say. And then she opens the door at night, and two or three of them come in. They just suck her to the point of her dying. And they do this. Well, she tells you that what she doesn't know anything about anybody else because she's she's naive and doesn't really know what's happening. But she does tell you about the females that visit her at night and drink her blood to the point where she just thought that they were just trying to help her. Again, she's naive. She doesn't know any better. She doesn't know anything about vampires, guys. You guys do, but she doesn't know shit. All she knows is these people are taking care of her.
I'm gonna ask her, has Hudson ever been here when the Order has visited you?
She says no, no. I've seen him at the festivals, but he's never visited me at home. If that's what you're asking.
Okay. So what we're discerning from this conversation is it's only the Order that has been feeding on her.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So, yeah. Well, you guys seen Interview with a Vampire? I'm not gonna go too much into it, but you get the idea. There's a group of vampires. You know what? I need to shut up. All right. So what do you guys want to do?
Um,
Well,
I'm gonna thank her for her assistance. We're glad we were able to provide some alleviation for the ailment she was having. I'm gonna glance to my party members to see if they have any other questions before we leave. Anyone?
No.
Uh, Before she
so I
leaves,
feel like I
Go ahead.
feel like
yeah, go ahead.
I feel like we should maybe go to the castle next. But I think that's our next destination because if we know it's vampires, I feel like they would be in the castle.
We know
Just a thought.
Hudson. The castle is Hudson's fortress. We don't know if he's a vampire or not, but we know this order of women around him seem to be vampires. Whether they all are or just some of them, we're not sure of that. But
So that means he must be a vampire.
not necessarily. He could just be their like figurehead that they're.
By the way,
Holding up.
she's so happy that you
I guess.
helped her with her ailment that she looks like she's going to go outside and give everyone the good news of how you are a healer, that miraculous healer, Lavanya.
And she's still under my
Oh,
suggestion.
okay.
I'm
All right.
going to tell her
All right.
that I would greatly appreciate it if she were to keep this news to herself for now, as we are not quite sure as to the cause of the ailment, which we would like to know that before, as that would be the best way to heal the population, is if we could get rid of the cause instead of treating the after effect. So for now, please keep this to yourself. You remember nothing.
And she says, she's very, again, she's alive right now. She's really happy that you helped her out so much that she says, but why? You've served a great, a miracle for me. I could, as a matter of fact, I know other people that suffer this ailment. They would be more than happy to speak with you. And she almost tries to grab your hand and take you out of the room so she can tell everybody how you're the miracle worker. And she wants to tell everybody how great of a person you are, Lavanya.
Hold on a second. Let me
So
look at my
the
character sheet.
suggestion won't last forever. So what are you gonna do about
I
that?
know it won't.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm looking through everything I have available to me.
Am I being masochist? I don't think the story's masochist. As a matter of fact, the women are ruling the roost. What the hell?
But people don't know what masochist is actually. There's different things. It's the same as when you talk with people that some people don't know what the difference between different things are, and the same as Russia saying that Ukraine is fascist. They don't know what fascist is.
Well,
No one knows what anything means anymore. They just
Yeah.
throw these terms out. Does
All right.
anyone have an ability to wipe a memory?
All right, Lavanya. What's the
I'm
plan?
gonna cast a new suggestion on her with the specific command
That lasts only
to
10 minutes?
not tell. No, it lasts for 8 hours.
Oh, after the 8 hours, are you gonna be okay after 8 hours?
We have 8 hours to figure it out until then, unless I return and recast it on her.
Hmm. Are you sure you're
I
gonna be
mean, I'm
around?
just saying, death is always an option.
Well, I mean,
Kill this shopkeeper right now.
you
For now,
might.
give us 8 hours.
Well,
Um,
I'm just saying your suggestion is a temporary fix, is what I'm trying to
it
say.
is a temporary fix, but 8 hours is a lot of time to get shit done.
Well, you know how my games run, so that's your call. You might or might not be here for a while, is what I'm trying to
If
say.
nothing else, it gets us out of her immediate vicinity so she doesn't know where we went.
So if she's so happy and giddy and grateful that you've done a miracle on her, and she starts to tell the order who visits her at night, then you're going to be all good with that, right?
I am flying by the seat of my pants right now, DM, so
Well, I'll
8 hours is a temporary reprieve to come up with a better plan.
all right, I'm just, you know.
Because you all have pants?
Okay, I am suggesting to her.
Yeah, they all have
Cast
pants.
on. Oh, hold on, I didn't have her targeted. Let me recast it without the spell slot.
You guys are
target.
13th
Hold on,
level.
hold on.
You're
My
hard.
dog is.
You guys should be doing stuff.
Hold on, my dog in the zoomies. I'll be back.
Yeah, go for it.
I'll be back. I'm gonna leave Discord for a second.
Yeah, we got Lavanya brainstorming on how she's not going to get killed
Okay, she
in
fails
the
again.
city. Yeah.
So the specific suggestion is that she keeps everything that happened here to herself and to still act as if she's suffering from the ailment that she was previously under.
All right, so say it's 11:30. Well, let's just round it up to 12. At 7 o'clock, no, 8 o'clock. Yeah, 8 o'clock. She is going to be pretty happy with your healing that she is might or might not tell the other people in the city. Am I correct on that? I just want to, make sure we're on the same page.
Yes, when the 8 hours ends, she's no longer under the terms of the suggestion and can do whatever the hell she wants.
Giving you away, and you're fine with that.
You don't have the
It's
geese.
8 hours in the future. We have time to come up with other plans.
Don't you have a geese spell?
Have what?
Geese. The spell geese.
I did not take that spell.
I think that's a ninth level.
As a bard, I'm covering for a lot of different gaps in the party, so
Well, we
Yeah.
have
I've had to
three.
be picky and choosy with my spells.
You have three other members. None of them can help you out. Is that correct, Lavanya?
I have 2 monks who like to punch people.
Well,
I mean, you
yeah,
have. You have.
I have. I don't have any.
I don't know. New friend, do you have a way to wipe her memory so she does not recall any of this?
It's called killing.
Let me take a piss. I'll be back while you guys figure this out.
It's called killing, wiping, or a dominant person or something like
I prefer not to kill this innocent woman, but
that. Dominant person, yeah, is a very long. That's 8 hours. Can last much longer.
What type of item are spell scrolls? Are those uncommons? Can we purchase some spell scrolls?
Variant on the spell level.
No, you have dominant person. I don't have. Most of my spells have nothing to do with this actually. So.
Well, even dominate person has a limited time on it. It's not a permanent fix.
We can make her fall asleep, so it seems like this was just a dream. Dominant person has.
The only other chance, I guess, would be if we just did a straight persuasion check on her and persuaded her that she wants to keep this private indefinitely.
Yeah. Or persuasion or intimidation. I can intimidate her.
Scare her into staying quiet.
Yeah. Who it's like it's only a normal person that takes persuasion. I will take intimidation, especially on this guy.
What's your plus to intimidation? Because my
I
persuasion
think
is
it's plus 10.
15.
Plus 10.
Plus 10. Plus 10 is a good plus.
Mm.
Mine's only so high because I took like expertise in persuasion and upped my charisma out to wazoo.
Mm.
Ugh.
I have only combat spells almost.
Only combat. Okay.
I have because I don't have many spells as a sorcerer. You don't have any spells.
Okay, so you're a sorcerer. I was like, I don't know exactly what class you're playing.
Mm. I have disintegrate.
Ugh. Are you chaotic evil?
No,
No? I'm neutral. So I don't like to hurt people for no reason.
Oh, you
She's
guys are
an
gonna
innocent
kill her?
shopkeeper. I prefer to
Oh,
leave
you
her
guys are
alive. Okay.
horrible.
Okay, so DM.
Hmm?
The way around this is just with a straight skill check. We can either just straight persuade her that she wants to maintain the secrecy or intimidate the shit out of her that she wants to maintain the secrecy.
Well,
yeah.
it's your call. I'll make a pose if you want to do it.
um,
That would be insight against
I'm
your
gonna bardic
insight.
inspiration myself just in case, but my plus should more than cover this. But I'd rather. Let me target myself. Let's do that first. Target myself.
Can you target yourself as a bard?
Bardic inspiration.
I don't think you can target yourself. Another person, it says. I think.
Really?
Bardic.
Yeah.
Can you not
can
do
bar-
bardic inspiration on yourself?
I don't think so. Is you read the wording? It says.
Oh, it does say other, so I cannot do it on myself. Okay, I'll just
Oh,
ignore the
man.
die.
Good call there,
I'll
dude.
just ignore the die. Okay.
I've been a GM for many years, so well, I know I have photographic memory, so I know all the rules. Like
This is a
All right.
very good
Well,
skill to have. Okay.
hope you're not
So
offended
we
by
will.
my masochism, or
no. I am open minded, and I
misogyny.
actually liked what they said against Disney now
Yeah,
recently.
I meant misogyny, not masochism.
Mhm.
Misogyny.
Yeah.
So it's an 18 persuasion check on her that she wants to keep the secret indefinitely.
Yeah, up yours, Lavanya. I rolled a 20.
Hey, so she's not persuaded. Hey, Heineck, are you gonna intimidate her now?
Yeah. If you say something, you see this thing, and I just put my finger in my well, put out a small ink on it, and I put it on her forehead.
So,
This spell will kill you if you tell anybody about this
so
stuff.
Lavanya, she's just so happy that you helped her that
I'm back.
she disagrees with you. She's not defying you. She's just really happy that you
Which
helped
is
her.
fine. I understand that she's so happy that I can't persuade her to keep it secret.
Right.
In which point I look to Heineck to intimidate her into submission.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
you can roll against my insight, Mister Intimidation.
It's a different check because he's threatening her with something different, completely different now.
What would be the
I'm
opposing? That would be insight, wouldn't it?
No, it comes come on. It's level. I think you can intimidate the people. That's how what's level it is. It was harder to intimidate higher level people. I think it's 15 plus the leveler. She's level. I think.
Oh, really? Is that written somewhere? I wasn't aware. I didn't know that. Is that in the
Uh,
rule book?
because it's harder. It's not intimidating. It's not inside. It's harder to intimidate a more powerful person.
All right. Well, I've got all the skills: are acrobatics, animal, arcana, athletic, deception, history.
Is there an opposed check that he can roll against intimidation?
Or
What he's trying.
if he's saying that from the DMG, that it's 15 plus the level of the NPC. I'm not exactly sure.
I think it's that that's what I play with my and run my rules because you can intimidate a low level and a child, but it's harder to intimidate a very powerful person. You understand? It's like it's logical.
Yeah.
But
Do we have Mr. Morel? You want to get in on the ruling here? I
It's up
didn't.
to you as a DM to set the DC, so
Instant.
yeah.
totally arbitrary. You can choose.
Mhm.
Yeah, let's go with the DC of 12. She's like a nobody really.
Mhm.
So if you want to roll against a
Because
12, that would be good because she's like a, she's not a frail lady, but she's just kind of a regular lady.
if it goes against a skill, you can actually intimidate like a very high powerful person that is really bad in a skill. You understand? So it has to be against the level.
Well, I'll look it up later, but for now, if you want to roll a
Mm.
12 or higher,
Yeah,
He
I'm
rolled
gonna.
a 17.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
17,
All
and I
right,
say I
huh?
point my finger in ink and I say, "This is a magic spell. If you tell somebody your disease, and you will come back and it will kill you because this is magic that is secret."
She's kind of in shock, and she gets behind you, Lavanya. What's going on? She's like, "What the hell?" Like
No way
she's
that
afraid.
work.
It's magical. If you tell people, it will go away and it will kill you.
So she
It's
kind of grabs your shoulders, Lavanya, like for her to protect, for you to protect her from him, and she's kind of
I will pat her hand
scared.
and tell her he means you no harm unless you speak of this to anyone else.
Mm.
And then she looks at you like in disbelief, like, "What do you mean? You just helped me out. What don't you want to have everyone hear the good news of how you relieved me of this curse? Well, this
I would
sickness,
tell
I
her
am not
no,
this
really
that
sickness."
here.
there is
I
a
will
great evil
tell
that
them
is
to go
bringing
away.
this curse on people, and we cannot alert them to our presence. If you are visited by the order again, you will act like none of this has happened. You will
You
forget that we existed. Do
are
not
so
mention us, or else his spell will kill you.
you still
I'm
have me
basically
under.
stacking on top of his intimidation.
Oh, okay. So you still got me under suggestion. So there's really not much I can do here. Yeah. And then she kind of looks at you and she kind of understands. But remember, she'll probably get her. She'll once she's not under the influence of suggestion, she might say, "Hey, this lady,
Oh, no,
she
because
healed me."
the suggestion it was we switched to persuade skill
Oh yeah,
checks.
yeah, you're right. You're right. Okay, well, yeah, I'm not. She won't be able to say anything because you beat me on the intimidate.
We convinced her through intimidation to keep her mouth shut.
I will say you, what if they visit her in the night and she no longer has her puncture wounds? Don't you think they're gonna like get suspicious and start asking questions?
Probably, but that's on them to
Mm.
break her, which I'm
Maybe
sure
she's
they can do.
an
But,
insane good healer. Hmm.
Okay, just
the point of the intimidation is to be like, if you mention our name, you will die. So maybe it'll give us
Mm.
some extra time. But it's what it is.
all right. All right. Well,
It's the best we can do.
yeah. All right. Well, you took care of that. You got a little bit of information. Is there anything else you want to do before you leave the store?
Um,
Uh,
does
nah, I
anyone
got all the stuff I
need
wanted.
any other items, spell like shopping wise, before we leave a store?
I'm
Everyone good?
fine. Yep.
Okay,
All
so
right.
do we want to go?
Who left?
So what? It's like noon right now.
Oh, the dude left. It's about 12 o'clock, going on 12 noon. Yes, you are correct. Mr. Squid is
Okay.
dropped.
He had issues last week with his connectivity. He'll hopefully be back.
Well, it's mostly role playing the
Let's
whole night anyway. All
see
right.
what else we can do. It's noon. We know the order has vampire women in them.
Okay. All right. Do you guys want to step out into the city and partake in the festivities?
Sure, we'll step out and just kind of observe what's going on at the noon hour.
All right. If you guys don't have anything else, I'm gonna drop you in the city map. Everybody good?
Yep.
All right. So you guys leave the area, Again, you see the order women. I'll just call them the order. Every so often, it's not like they're looking at you specifically, guys. Of course, maybe after the night it might be different, but nobody cares about you. All they do is kind of look at you, but they don't really suspect anything, other than making sure that you guys don't start anything. All right, so you guys, you know what? Let me turn on the lights. Yeah, it is nighttime, but I kind of want to see the map. Let me. You know what? I'll just make it not as dark. Oh, that's too much. Yeah, right about that. All right, so you guys are walking in the area. You start to notice that the ladies of the order, you see a couple of them are walking with children hand in hand. You also see the what looks to be people in the upper class. You can tell the difference between the peasants because of their garbs or clothing, and then you can also see the upper class, which is dressed something sort of like maybe like pirates with those. What is that thing that you wear? The truffles, like Prince used to wear. Anyway, the elegant royalty type of garb is what I'm trying to say.
I have
Anyway,
a question.
uh huh.
How many people do I see walking around with scarves similar to what the shopkeeper had on? And of what like class in society do I see when I see them? What class of society are they being worn by?
The number of people with scarves is again. You're walking through the city. You're bumping into people. It's heavily. Well, there's 8 that you can see right now at this moment, and they're just kind of
Are
walking
they all
past
women?
you. All of them are women. Some of them are. When you look through the shops, restaurants, stores, clothing stores, that's when you start to notice the females with the black scarves. So
Do they all seem to be working class, or are there any upper class females with them on?
no upper class. The people with the pirate suits are not. None of them have scarves. They look. They look normal. Other
Okay.
uh, and again, the workers you see them inside the shops. You didn't miss anything there, dude.
Yeah, my dog was howling with some major zoomies and he was making a lot of noise. I don't know if you guys want to be bothered with that.
Oh, that's fine. Just as long as you don't leave the game because of my misogyny.
No, no, I've been here for like how many sessions? No point me leaving.
All
You've been
right.
killed multiple times and you stuck around. You're good.
Exactly.
Well,
Died many times.
just as long as he's not upset with my misogyny, I'm okay. All right. Well, what's
I
going on?
can't see this.
Well, you missed the part
I'm gonna restart my
where
founder.
you guys are walking through the city and Lavagna's noticing the working class, the females that own the shops and the stores, and some of them that are walking the streets. They have all black scarves around their neck, Mister Dude. So
All
this
right.
this is a
And DM, you were
common.
talking about we were noticing some upper class people walking in the city. What are the upper class people doing?
They're just they have their noses up at everybody, and they have walking canes. A couple of them have these blonde-haired kids. The upper class. Remember how I said that mostly like blonde-haired people lived up here. The upper class, you see that most of them have like brown hair, so they're not. You would suspect that they're not native to this area. So again, the majority of the people are blonde-haired, blue-eyed, Nordic. The upper class, they have normal brown hair, fancy clothes. They don't stand 6 foot tall. Some of them are like 5'10". It just varies. I mean, they look normal, like normal people that you would see in Sigil or the Forgotten Realms. Well, the Forgotten Realms, everybody is a slave, but normal people is what I'm trying to say.
So the upper class has varying like brown, blonde, whatever color
Yeah,
eyes. They're just,
yeah,
but the working class is the blonde hair, blue eyes, six
yeah.
foot
The
tall.
working class, correct. Well, the picture that I showed you for, it's a random picture, but yeah, everybody who is native to the land is Nordic, blonde-haired, blue-eyed person.
So
Except,
we would assume the upper class is not native to the land.
well, if you have a population that interbreeds with each other, you're gonna have a bunch of blonde kids. If you have people from outside coming in and they're not blonde, then you know that they're not native. So it's.
I forget, were the villages we saw in the southern realms also blonde hair, blue eyes,
Yeah,
or no, were they more?
they're more Nordic, Viking type, blonde hair, blue eyes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, so basically, in all the realms here, the blonde hair, blue eyes is the standard.
yeah, yeah, blonde hair, blue eyes. 6 foot, 6'2", I think, something like that.
Okay.
Yippee!
All right,
Do
so
we see any sort of like?
uh
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna mention the rich folk that are just kind of walking, and they have like these blonde hair. I mean, you know that. Okay, you're not dumb. You know that those are not their kids, but they have maybe one or two. Maybe they might have been adopted. You notice that the kids are just normal kids, and the upper class are just kind of you know uh, herding them along the streets, not being mean to them or anything like that. But you know that, okay, why would well, you can figure it out on your own. I don't want to get all weird with the racial thing, but whatever. All right, what's the
Right.
plan?
So are people just kind of walking the streets, shopping, doing normal stuff, or are we seeing like shows and entertainment? Like what else is going on the streets as we're walking?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, let me give you a overall picture. Let's go to the Mr. Tirgu. Okay, so all right, so you make it to. Let me get some of these things out of here. All right, so you get to the center of Honey Hill. So basically, it's an open park area. You see gallows there. As soon as you make it to the inside, you start hearing people chanting. There's a couple of people that are going to be hung right now. It's about maybe 4 in the afternoon. Most of the people that are being hung are all males. They're native. They're not. Again, they don't look like the upper class. They all look like working class Joes. Uh, you are a couple of the men are trying to say something. I don't know how somebody sounds when they have no tongue, but that's what they sound like. If you can imagine somebody yelling or trying to say something, but they're unable
Just like
to.
mumbling.
Yeah, yeah. Again, I don't think I've seen a movie where somebody had a tongue and they were trying to say something. But anyway, I can't give you a reference. Is what I'm trying to say. But you know that they're trying to say something. They're mumbling or something. Nobody can make out what they're saying. The females in the courtyard or in front of the gallows, they're all kind of yelling, infidel, heretic. They're all yelling like something out of 1984. 2 Minutes of Hate, and they're all kind of yelling, infidel, how dare you, how dare you, and one of the order, the females, it basically starts saying these people are offenders of our sanctuary city. They're wanting for thought crimes. Well, no, I shouldn't say that. It's not thought crimes. They're wanting for their actions. They do not seem to want to comply with this, uh, with the new way. Because again, before it was daytime, nighttime. Now it's a permanent a night thing, and they're having a problem with the changes. Even though, which is the contrast. Remember, guys, everything is Christmas time. Everybody's happy. The children are laughing. People are playing in the snow. But these guys, they just have a problem with authority or something. Anyway, they're trying to yell something out. The female gives the order to one of the male guards, that has the black hood on him. She gives a signal. About 6 of them drop, and all the females, the men really don't are not really into it, but they're not going to complain because they know if they do, they're probably going to be outcast. Anyway, so the females start yelling and saying, "Sanctuary!" They're just yelling and screaming, "Sanctuary! All hell!" Jesus, Hudson, all hail Hudson. So they're all kind of screaming, hail Hudson, hail Hudson. And then behind the gallows, this big large statue is being pulled in as the men start to hang. So you notice that this is not, maybe they move the statue around. And let me go ahead and show you what the statue looks like. It looks like, I got to get a full body on this guy, so give me a second. I think I had a full body. All right, well, this is good enough. All right, so this picture looks like this. This statue, which just stands about maybe 40 feet in height, is being pulled by a bunch of men, which are also, being tortured or whatever. So you have, look, let me make sure we're all on the same page here. Let me draw the area. All right, so here's the gallows, and there's another gallows over here. And then this statue is coming from this direction. Let's just say it's north. And it's being put here. While you guys are watching, it's put in the center. And you can see the torture and the foaming of the mouth, or whatever it is that they're doing to these people that are being hung right now. And the women are all freaking out. They're almost like in a frenzy with this weird, I don't know if you want to call it some cultic kind of vibe or Zen vibe that's happening. Anyway, this thing comes out again. It's made out of stone, guys, but the features of the statue are exactly what this thing looks like, and all the females are basically just overlooking the crowds. The females are to a point of, if they just saw the Beatles back in '64, they're just all going crazy. And the men are not really saying anything. You guys are outside. You're not gathered inside where all the groupies are yelling and screaming. You're a little bit outside of the area. Okay? That's pretty much all I wanted to say about that. Anyway, so again, it's the Honey Hill courtyard where they're killing or hanging some of these men. What do you guys want to do?
Well,
We're on the outskirts of the crowd. I'm gonna look for someone who is not
Insane.
as amped up about what's going on. Who's more someone who I can pull into conversation, whose energy level is a little lower, and just kind of casually ask, "Hey, we're new to town. What crimes did these assholes commit?"
Well, question is, are you going to talk to a man or a female?
Female.
All right, you look at one of the females that's just gawking, and then she looks at you. And she again, you're a owl, so she's taken aback, meaning that she doesn't really want to talk to you. So if you want to try whatever it is you want to try, that's you.
Just straight persuasion. Be like, "Hey, I'm a female like you.
You're an owl.
Men are jerks, but
You lay eggs.
I don't
what did they do to actually deserve this?"
Well, she doesn't want to talk to you, and I don't even think people can tell the difference whether you're a male owl or a female owl, Lavanya.
Well, a 35 persuasion check. Do I persuade her to answer
All
me?
right. Well, of course I'm not going to roll against that. And then she's who wants to say something?
I think she maybe as a cute owl, like this, almost like
Very cute.
Well, yeah, she looks like a handmaiden. Again, she's watching the scene. Anyway, she looks at you and she says, "They're hanging the men. They're heretics. The ones that go up against Hudson and his decrees. They deserve to be killed." And then she looks back at them and she spits in their direction. And then she looks at you. They deserve to be killed. He has given us paradise here and sanctuary to all the refugees coming in from the barbaric south. We should honor and praise our leader, Hudson. So she's like sucking his, she's really digging Mr. Hudson is what I'm trying to say.
I'm going to just kind of feed off of her and be like, "Oh, of course we should praise Hudson, but what were the specific heresies they were spouting? I don't even understand what they could say against him."
Anyone who goes against his decrees, anyone who talks bad about Hudson, anyone who has suspicions or wants to change anything having to do with decrees or laws against anything that they might, want to rebel against are automatically sentenced to death. So
Are there
complaint,
certain decrees of his that these particular guys are speaking out against?
yeah, anything, like 1984, you speak against Big Brother, you're fucked. So any desertion, any criticism, anything having to do with, like, you better be happy 24/7, and you better like that we're taking out your tongue. That's a given. And if are praising the prince, that's another sign of Harry. Yeah, remember the prince is gone. Some of want him back, or were mostly men, and they're all getting killed. You might have rebels every now and then try to overthrow the city, or maybe kill a one of the order females, which is not going to happen, since most of the men are like minimum of CR5, going up against whatever you guys are. So that's not going to happen. So yeah, that's basically the gist of it. The men have no
Are
chance.
are these men locals who grew up in the city, or are
Yeah.
they outsiders who have come in to speak against Hudson?
Yeah, most of them are locals. The outsiders don't really know what the hell's going on, other than they better like having no tongue. So, that's for them. But the
Okay.
natives are trying to set up a rebellion, um, and it's really not going to work because they're,
Yep.
yeah, not going to work.
And then I will ask her, I'm sorry for my ignorance if this is something that is common knowledge, but who is that statue in the square there? That's very um regal. Like what is that? Is that a statue of Hudson? I'm
He said,
unfamiliar with it.
and then she almost starts to cry when she starts thinking about Hudson. He says, "He's our new leader. He has given us all of this." And in a way, guys, this is a really pretty city. I mean, you've got this Christmas atmosphere. Kids are running around. Everybody is cordial with each other. So it's kind of, they're liking it. Again, law and order versus whatever used to be here before Hudson came into power. So she is completely
My
happy.
dog doing zoomies again.
Yeah,
I'll be
yeah,
back.
yeah. Take your time. So she's completely happy that the way things are going, not having men in power, not having men able to tell them what to do, or giving them orders, or being condescending to them, or women complaints that they have on YouTube that they complain about. That was my reference to feminism, guys. So I threw that. It's not that full blown feminist, but enough to where you understand what the hell I'm talking about.
Okay, so the statue is a statue of Hudson.
Hudson, that they worship as a god,
Okay.
but they don't
Well,
worship the statue.
thank you
It's
for
just
letting me know that we have not had the pleasure of seeing Hudson speak in person yet, so weren't aware of what he looked like, but now we have a reference, and hopefully one day we'll be blessed with his presence and hear him speak.
He says, well, he usually comes here on occasion at midnight. That's when the sacrifices are held. And then she kind of looks at you. Said, "You should definitely be here. Like, it's a good thing. Like, it's a festival thing, because sacrificing for the greater good is a thing for these people. So they have no problem sacrificing whatever they have to in order to keep this Christmas atmosphere going forever."
Does Hudson dwell here in the city, or does he mostly dwell up at the castle?
Well, whenever he has whenever he does show up into the city, he is basically held here in the center of town, and then you can see the walled castle, which has like 20-foot high walls. You can't see past the walls, but you can definitely see the castle behind the walls. And that's when she says, "Well, he's there on occasions. We don't always know if he's going to make a appearance for the sacrifice. It really depends, since the war is happening to the south." And then she starts going. She starts talking about the war and the barbarians to the south. How, I mean, they're monsters. When she starts talking about the Sud, the Vara, whatever the country is to the south, She talks to you as they were complete monsters, brutal maniacs, just wanting to butcher people. That's how she's conveying them, there, guys.
Okay.
All right.
I'm gonna ask her a little bit about the order. Like, no, we're obviously very thankful that Hudson is now ruling the city. The order that is now like obviously serving and working with him, did they have a presence when the prior ruler, and I'll kind of say that with disgust when I reference like an allusion to the prince,
And then
were they present when he was in power, or did they come in with Hudson when Hudson saved the city?
And then she says, "Well, they officially called the order, but and then she kind of whispers to you, and she says they're from what we know of them, they're the mistresses of Hudson. They have some sort of relationship with them. I don't know the specifics. As a matter of fact, I shouldn't even be talking about this. But and then again, she starts to whisper to you, and she says, "I do know that they're affiliated or in some way with Hudson, and that's all she can tell you." She said, "I've actually never seen them without their mask, which is that fencing mask that I was telling you guys about."
But they did not have a presence in the city before
No,
Hudson
they just started to
came.
appear when Hudson took over the city, and the prince disappeared.
Well, just to like maintain like good terms with the vibe of the city, be like, well,
No, no, they
let
weren't
it be
here.
that Hudson has this order to aid him in maintaining power and safety among the Tiergo citizens.
Thank you. There you go. All right.
Okay. Um. Well, perhaps we will run into you later at the sacrifice festivities at midnight.
She
I
says,
will.
Okay.
she gets all giddy when you start talking about the sacrifice that's going to happen later on in the night.
Okay.
Yeah, we can
Also,
save some
So we're
sacrifices.
going to.
observing the crowd, are there pregnant women in the crowd, or are all the females in the crowd like non-pregnant?
I would say a fourth or 25% of them are pregnant.
Okay. I was curious if the pregnant women were being like secluded somewhere for specific reasons or
No,
not. So
they're all
doesn't sound like
taken
it.
in
Okay.
the beautiful daycare that is the city of Tirgor or whatever the place is.
And like
Tirgo.
kind of percentage wise, I guess you give percentage female population to male population in the crowd here.
Well, there are. You would say that the majority of them are female because, again, some of the men talk shit or want to um, talk shit about Hudson. Um, so yeah, most of the men are not. You would probably imagine not too happy to have their tongue removed. So they're not. They're not having a good time.
Um,
Yeah, that
just
would be a
kind of
good
not
time.
like an antagonistic comment, but like just kind of a curiosity comment. Like it is intriguing that so many men speak ill of women, but women now look up to a man such as Hudson to protect them from other males.
And she
Just
says,
kind of like
he says,
try to plant that seed of confusion where it's like, okay, well, we don't like men, but a man is kind of like running this whole thing now.
yeah,
Idea.
it's a bit. What's that?
It's a conundrum.
Yeah, it's what when you think of two things at the same time. What am I thinking, guys? Two.
Double moral.
Multitasking.
No, no, no. You know when
Double
you have
moral.
what was that?
Double moral. Mm.
No, no. It's when you have two of the same. Well, anyway, whatever that. I can't remember what it is, but
Polar oppositions.
uh, shit. I'll think of it later. I'll put it on the chat whenever I
I'm just trying
remember.
to plant those seeds of doubt where it's like, hold on, something is not right about the situation.
Yeah,
'Cause
yeah.
there's
Mr. Morel, you know what I'm talking about? Two different ideas, having the two same ideas, opposing ideas. Yeah.
Oxymoron?
Um, No.
Just a moron.
It's a
I know what
it's
you're
a
What's
trying
way.
to
moron
say.
is?
You know,
Cognitive dissonance?
thank you. There you go. Thank you. Cognitive dissonance is what I'm getting at, guys.
Ooh.
That's how she's thinking. So to be specific, she is having some cognitive dissonance. She doesn't hate males, but she thinks as males as, you know, only good for manual labor, something like that. And now that the hero is bringing these, well, they have dresses on, and the order is known to be female. Not too many people have seen their face. Maybe the females that have, had their neck sucked might have seen their face. That's for you guys to investigate. The other lady, she's already told you that they're females, so that's not new to you. The lady there from the store told you. Well, it wasn't Hudson, but it was a bunch of females coming into my room, and you know, doing what females do. All right. Well, what's any other questions?
I got nothing.
I don't have any.
All right.
I
So
gotta figure out what to do with this information. So let's go back to our inn and like huddle up and like decide on a plan of action.
yeah,
Heal everybody.
it's a lot of.
Go to the White City.
Yeah, I've been eager to get this going with you guys. So I guess we're gonna do nothing but RP tonight. So let me put you in the room and wait 8 hours for something to happen. Uh, you know. All right. So oh no, you intimidated her. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Well, forget that. Let me put you in a hotel room, and you guys can tell me what you're planning.
Okay, so
So
wait, this would be a good time for you to do your silence so we can talk inside of that spell without anyone hearing us.
yeah, you're right. All right.
All right. Let me put you guys.
Which room is mine?
Whatever pick whatever room you want. Let me turn on the lights a little.
I got the bigger room.
So,
I go dibs on this one.
Yeah, Mr. New Guy, I'm pretty big on maps. I really like them. I'll turn on the lights. And it gives the game a. Oh, there you go. I'll just make it a little dark. All right. Well, you guys are. This might be one of those somebody's hearing you type of things.
That's why I said Squid should cast his silence spell so we can talk in private.
I am.
No one hearing us.
All right. All right. Well, if you guys want to drag and drop your tokens on the map, that way I don't have.
Are you silenced so no one
Actually,
can hear
how long does
out and in
silence
of this
last for?
bubble?
Is it only a minute? Because
Well, it's concentration, so I can hold it as long as I have concentration.
no spells still have a time limit on them.
For the duration, no sound, blah 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 blah. Any creature, blah blah
10
blah.
minutes. We have 10
Well,
minutes.
it's higher.
It's 10 minutes.
Okay, 10 minutes. There it is. That's the bottom.
All right. All right. Well, let me put some more ice cubes. You guys get your head together. We're not really. I don't think we're gonna do any more. Well, it's already close to 9. I don't think we're gonna do any fighting. So the rest of the night is you guys coming up with a plan on how to fix things. All right,
Sorry, guys. I took over on trying to glean information tonight.
Oh no, you're doing great.
Okay.
But see what the other guys think. All right, I'll be right back.
So,
Okay.
I gathered the intel. I'm cool with handing it off to you guys on how you want to use that intel now. What do you want to do?
Well, it seems like the guy they like is probably a vampire, so I think we go to his castle, bust his door down.
I'm not sure if he's actually a vampire or not. He might be.
I think he
I'm
is.
saying we grab some stakes, bust his door down.
I mean, we'll be fighting vampires regardless because the order has vampires in it. But
Yep. The Mario get a head start.
so we're gonna head to that castle Guirgu if you switch over to the Frozen Reaches map.
Mm-hmm. go to the castle, bust it down, see what's there, maybe loot the place.
So we know supposedly he's coming to the town at midnight to do the sacrifice. Do we want to try to go to the castle before the sacrifice happens, or do we want to
Yeah, I think
see what the
that's a good
sacrifice
idea
is
when
and
it
like go
comes.
afterwards to the castle?
Yeah. So while he's at the town, we sprint towards the castle and look what's there.
We could do that. We can investigate the castle while he's at the town.
Yeah.
That's
That
an
works for
idea.
me. That's actually good. That's a good idea. I
didn't
can
even
stealth
think
my
about
way
that.
through.
Way to go,
I
Squid.
haven't.
You're welcome.
I haven't
Ralph
really-
and Heineck, what do you think about that?
Yeah. It's
Today,
yeah.
my intelligence score went 1 point higher.
Yeah,
At least
it's
for the
like
next-
owls have some wisdom, so that's actually true about owls, maybe.
Yeah.
Smart as an owl. Mm-hmm.
Hey, I think I did. That was pretty smart of me today.
So Heineck,
So when he's
you
at the
guys
town,
have
we
some
like
skills for-
sprint.
Heineck, you had some skills for combat. Do you also have skills for like stealthing and infiltration?
I have invisibility or change self, alter
I can
self,
cast Pass without a trace on him.
and I can teleport the shit out of everywhere.
Ooh.
I have
Teleportation's fun.
I am Shadowvari, like the guy that the people that had to go to the shadow plane when their city fell. You understand? So I have one misty step per as my race, one misty step per proficiency bonus, so I can misty step 5 times for free. That's
Fantastic.
insane.
I should
Insane.
also.
Hmm.
It seems like you'll stick around for a bit, Wolfguard. So we'll let you know. We did in a previous adventure in this campaign pick up a cubic gate, so we do have some planar teleportation abilities. Though in Ravenloft, that's not working. So
Yeah.
we do have that as I get back to Sigil. You know, in most scenarios, ability.
So is the plan gonna be when he gets to town, we book it to the castle because it's not that far from here.
We know the sacrifice happens at midnight, so we could always head up there ahead of time and camp out and watch for them to leave, and then try to infiltrate.
Sneak our way in.
Yeah.
You know what, that is a plan.
Or something, so we have 8 hours to rest. I could recover my spell slots, and then we can sneak up there and watch for them to leave for the sacrifice, and then go in.
Yep. See, big brain. Works for me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want me to drop the silence spell or keep going?
Use the 10 minutes while we have it.
Sure.
DM, are you back yet?
Yeah, what's up?
Okay, I was just seeing if you were back yet for the conversation. So I think our plan is the silence spell is still up. We'll long rest so I can get my spell slots back. We're assuming it's 1 o'clock now.
It's
So-
whatever time you want it to be. I mean, you have the whole night. Nobody's
Because
looking
it was
for you.
11 o'clock when we were at the shop, and then we stopped at the square, and then we went back to the inn.
Okay.
So we'll long rest now so I can recover the stuff I expended. And
You're
then this
skipping the,
evening we'll...
You're skipping the sacrifice festivities?
This evening we're going to head up the castle Guirgiu, kind of camp out until they leave for the sacrifice, and then when they're gone for the sacrifice, we're going to go into the castle and snoop around.
All right. I just want to make sure you're not there to watch the actual sacrifice. Am I correct on that?
Nope, we're going to be snooping around at Castle Guirgiu while the sacrifice is going on.
Oh man, I had some horrific shit to tell.
No.
Other plans.
Oh man, that's some
Sacrificing.
I had some adrenochrome horrific shit to show you guys. All right, well, yeah, thanks for ruining that for me.
We figure there's not much we can do about the sacrifice at this point in time, so
I want you to well, forget it. You can do whatever you want. Oh, by the way, when it is midnight, who are you guys on watch? By the way, is somebody on watch?
What?
Is somebody gonna be on watch since you're doing a full rest? I think is what you said.
I'm the only one who needs to rest because I'm the only one who recovered the spell slot, so everyone else is kind of just chillaxing.
All right.
Actually, I think I would do a short rest because I want to get my 2 key points back.
That's just an hour, so you're fine. Yeah, during that time, I'm the only one kind of out of commission because I'm recovering stuff.
All right.
I'm doing a trance, and in my trance for 4 minutes, 4 hours, I concentrate on stealth, so I get stealth skill. Yeah, it's the if you read this the skill from this race, it's if I do a trance, I can focus on one of the. Let me see where it is. Trance in features. Trance. I get one skill I can choose that I am proficient with after I've done a trance.
Well, that's fun.
All right. Well, it is
Yeah.
midnight. You guys hear the I mean, it's fairly loud.
No, so it's gonna be like we're gonna head up to the castle like in advance of midnight, so we're up there watching for them to leave to head down to town.
All right. So you've cast a couple of spells there, Lavanya. Are you saying you're only doing a short rest? I thought you were doing a long.
No,
rest.
because it's like 1 o'clock in the afternoon when we get back to the inn.
Yeah.
So long rest puts us at 9 o'clock.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. All right. So you guys have a. All right. So you guys leave the area. You leave the hotel. Nobody really is looking at you. The orderly ladies, the ladies of the order, nobody cares about you. You do see a lot of people heading to the gallows again. You're not seeing anything. Again, if you want to swing by the courtyard, let me know. If you're like, no, we're not even going that way, then I just want to know. Am I correct on that? Nobody's going close to the courtyard or the.
Nah.
All right. All right. Well, you guys make it. Let's go to the castle then. You guys are going to this castle, right? The center of town.
No, the castle.
Oh, the other one. Oh, okay.
View on the map that you
Yeah.
said is his stronghold.
Yeah. Let me just get the map. See how far the castle is from the city. If you're booking it, you can take the road, and whoever has a what is that? Let me get the what the hell? All right, well my ruler's not working for whatever reason. But if somebody can give me the mileage on that.
I forgot about the miles. That is far away. If that castle is that far away, how is that a stronghold? So he must stay in the city for some period of time for the sacrifices.
Yeah, the castle in the city is just like the mayor's house. The castle is like
guys-
like a castle.
The castle on the Frozen Reaches map is like a day's travel away from Tirgo.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. I had to. Yeah, you're right. You're right. All right. Well, the guys that are walking, of course, can't fly there, so it's gonna take a whole day just to make it over there.
Okay, we can all fly there.
Well, the dude is not a flying person. The Mister.
He can go on the magic broom of mine.
All right. All right. So.
Unless he weighs like 300 pounds.
Oh, okay. On the
I
way.
have a plate,
All right, so on the way over the castle, you see a garrison. Let me go ahead and just put a little garrison down there. Actually, I'll just put some females as tokens. I got to make them smaller. Smaller. All right. So everywhere you see this picture of a female, you see them flying and also levitating, hovering, patrolling the castle. So the chances of you bump into one of these flying female ladies is 50-50 because they're always flying. Underneath them, there are garrisons with fighter types. You see those woolly mammoths that I was talking about. You also see mostly men, mostly fighter type men. And you also see what the majority of the flying people are these ladies. Not only that, you see maybe a couple of the were rat people, the guys that that you know that can fly, and their headquarters is over here. Over here. Okay, there we go. All right, so the majority are basically staying there. There's the 50-50 chance that you guys are gonna bump into one of these flying females. And what else do you guys want to know? Let me do a copy and paste.
Oh,
Um,
so let's get to digging.
Oh shit.
question. So, Sir Heineck von, I do not remember your last name.
On Karstein. The Karsten, you don't know the Karsten castle? Mm-hmm.
So your character token needs updated so it actually says your name instead of new actor, and then I want to.
Yeah.
But since you are riding on the broom with Squid right now, how comfortable are you with potentially getting into an aerial combat if we encounter one of these
Oh,
flying?
well, I can do it aerial combat.
Okay. Okay, let's keep flying then. And if we encounter one of these flying females, we will encounter that one flying female. Or more, and we'll deal with it.
Oh, okay.
How high are we?
You know, we can
off
always,
the ground?
like dig under the castle.
You can definitely do that if you want to check for alternative ways. That's always a good idea.
Does the terrain stay pretty much forested up until we get kind of like? It looks like the castle's up in the mountains.
Yeah, it's up in the mountains. Yeah.
But does it kind of stay forested up until like the foothills?
Yeah. The road. Well, the altitude of that area is almost 220 feet high from the level of the city of Tirgo. So it does. There's a pretty steep incline that goes up into the castle. Yeah, it is surrounded by trees, and of course you are on the mountain. So yeah, mountainside, I should say. Yeah.
So I'm assuming as we're approaching, we're not flying like up completely in the middle of the air, high up above the trees. We're probably flying near the treetops.
I go
with
below the
some
trees.
popping for cover.
Yeah. I mean,
Gradually increasing altitude as we go up the hills of the mountains, so we're not super high in the air.
yeah.
Right?
Maybe
The
Maverick.
castle is an open area to where you don't have to really worry about the trees. I mean, if you want to hide inside or around where the trees are before you go into the castle, yeah, you can do that. Other than that, you can
My
fly.
thought is for our approach, should we get into an aerial combat and someone get knocked and fall to the ground, how high off the ground are we actually flying for that scenario?
The
I mean-
high from the castle to the area, you're looking at maybe about 120 feet from the ground to the very top of the tower of one of the castles. So if you're thinking about the Disneyland castle, something like that.
Okay. But at any point with the incline of the mountains getting up to the castle,
Uh-huh.
we're not like flying 500 feet in the air. We're staying somewhat close to whatever cover we have available to us as we're flying.
Yeah.
We're just flying for better speed potentially. So
You're like, I don't know if you ever played Castle Wolfenstein. Big castle surrounded by a bunch of guards and things like that. Maybe that's a bad analogy. But there's trees surrounding the castle if you want to try doing this. Well, you can do whatever it is you want. You can fly inside the castle. Hopefully you won't. I won't roll a 1d2. I'll roll a 1d2. Heads or tails, whether somebody spots you or not. Unless you do something that can help you. Again, that's you guys.
Somebody has illusion that we are flying birds or something like that. I don't have illusion spells. I don't have any things like that.
you have minor illusion. I don't have anything that can affect the whole group. I have things that can affect a single player.
Mirror Arcana would be insane powerful here.
So do I.
That's not going to help against 4 flying people. I mean, they're going to see you guys.
I mean, we could fight them, or we could sneak, or we could dig.
Digging would take a long, long time.
Not for me.
How fast can you dig?
The backsea claws.
Still,
I
how
do
fast
believe
can
do
you
a
dig
dig speed.
through stone. At some point, you're gonna hit rock.
We're about to find out. Claws.
Every genetic D&D castle has to have other means to, infiltrate it. Then
Actually, no. We can use my stone elemental. We can tell him to tunnel.
This is where not having Silver in the party anymore hurts, because he's the one that had figments.
well, what are you gonna do?
Yep. I mean, Levon, I could summon the stone elemental. We can dig under.
The stone elemental can dig? What?
We can sneak in with a
Yeah.
but no, it's only me.
Or we can
Yeah,
just
can
fire
dig,
away from the
definitely.
center.
Invisibility.
I mean, hey, whatever's easier. I'd rather fight because I'm a little bit of combat, but hey,
I can teleport
take a
it.
smidget.
Oh, you could teleport in there.
Well, yeah. If you could teleport in there, I could invis in there. I don't know how Lavanya would get it there.
Hold on. Wait a second. As we're getting close to starting to infiltrate, I feel like if we're potentially sending someone ahead, I should take the 10 minutes to ritual cast Rary's telepathic bond. Do we agree with that?
Yeah.
We can talk to each other?
Hopefully the
Yep.
scout doesn't.
I agree.
Hopefully the scout doesn't get that 2 on the 1d2.
Well, we would sit down somewhere and hide while I do this.
All right, so you're outside the maybe on the side of the mountain, looking down from the northeast, maybe. Just put your token wherever you want. Doesn't matter to me. I know
Just
that you're
on
not
the-
in the castle. That's the important part.
Rary's telepathic bond, so we can talk to each other for the next hour telepathically, regardless of distance. That was a ritual spell, so
Alright,
we will not consume
So,
a spell slot.
what are we gonna do? We gonna
So-
sneak in, or we got to fight?
It would be nice if we had somebody could be a woman, and we actually some other people be townspeople, and we bring up the woman from town for master.
Personal sacrifice to Hudson.
Yeah. But then we can sneak in. But we have no polymorph or anything like that.
I do have polymorph, but that only affects one person.
So you can polymorph one.
Actually, I have an idea. Okay, how would you like being oil of etherealness?
Huh? A what? Oil of etherealness?
Yep, I cast a spell etherealness on you for 1 hour.
That's terrible. We can go for that. That's insane. It's a 7th level spell.
Where you step into the border, reaching up the ethereal plane. So I could go from the ethereal plane to the border ethereal. Wait, I'm not reading this correctly.
Hold on, you said plane. Yeah, what are the rules that you're applying to Ravenloft right now with being able to have access to other planes?
Well, why don't you try your maneuver and see what happens?
Well, it says while on the ethereal plane, you can only be affected by creatures on that plane, but I can return to Ravenloft whenever I want. Well, if not in that 1 hour.
Yeah.
You become a ghostly form almost. Like
You probably can't.
Yeah, become a ghost
to the
basically.
ethereal plane because it is a different plane, and generally Ravenloft you can't get to other planes from.
You can try.
Well, all right.
How are
So we
you
fight or we
casting
sneak?
that?
Oh, I'm like it's an oil.
Oh, it's an oil, so you bought it. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
You can
It
see
will
it.
most
You're
likely do nothing.
All right. So you're gonna put the oil on yourself, or what are you doing?
No. I'm thinking. I mean, no, Ravenloft can't do that. So we bust our way in through the front door, or we sneak in. What's the plan? Which one do you feel comfortable more with?
Okay, so we were in Tiergo. Let me zoom in here. Let's say we get... I know our tokens are huge compared to those guys.
just to give you an idea where you guys are at.
Hey, because we're flying, let's say we take this route. Let me draw this. Let's say we go just a direct
Okay.
route, with some deviation from that line if we see any danger that we can avoid. We'll obviously sway from that line if we need to. Um,
You mean the 50-50 chance that you're gonna bump into one of these flying
yeah.
females?
Let's say we approach the castle from that trajectory because the road obviously loops you out unnecessary miles. So we fly directly there. Do we get to the castle, or how close do we get to the castle to see what the layout is before we encounter something?
Well, I'm
I
gonna
mean, we
roll
could
the
just like
1d.
fly like straight through the window.
All right, so I am hearing that you're gonna go straight into the castle. Am I correct on that?
I mean, we're gonna approach the castle as much as we intelligently can. Like, if we see a huge mass of people, we're gonna stop and settle down somewhere where we can get a game plan.
Well, you definitely
you
see
know,
the females flying here, there, and everywhere. They're going from
I know
their
there's females flying around, so if one of them spots us, that happens.
yeah.
But if
Okay.
they don't spot us and we get to the castle, that doesn't mean we're landing in the courtyard and dealing with whatever's there necessarily. Our
Yeah.
aim is to get close enough to the castle where we can see what the layout is and come up with a game plan, assuming we don't encounter anything else.
Yeah, I've got the castle ready. I just need to know if you're gonna want me to roll the 1d2 for the encounter.
For the aerial encounter, sure, you can roll the aerial encounter.
All right. Well, hopefully you guys won't die. All right, that's a no. Okay. Well, you happen to got lucky.
The dollars.
You got lucky. That's all I got to say about that.
I'm always lucky.
Let me. I was about to kill you guys, but oh well.
Yeah.
It's close enough to at least see the castle and the exterior layout.
Yeah, yeah. I just want to. I want to get a good castle here. I'll put you at the out the outside of the castle, and then you guys can sneak in or whatever it is that you want to do.
I need to step away for a minute, but I'll be back. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Take your time. Take your time.
All right. Hopefully, it won't kill us.
Gotta find a good map here for you guys. I think this will do. Yeah, this is a good map. Fuck it. Let's see. Do I have my maps turned on? Yeah, I do. I do. All right. Well, let's rock and roll. All right. Well, you guys can put your well. Let me put your tokens on the bottom
I can't see.
of the map. Okay, here we go. Excuse me. Let me move you guys. All right. Do we have? Okay, so yeah, delete that guy. Okay. All right. Well, technically, you're a couple of maybe 100 yards away from the entrance, but since I can't make the map any bigger, you'll just be on the side. Let me put my boys on the map, and then you guys can start skulking around. So let's rip. Man, you guys missed the sacrifice, man. It's not cool, man. All right, well let me put my my boys on the map. Where is my boys? Okay, here we go. More of these guys. This might be a little tough, but you guys, there's 4 of you guys in the group, so I'm limited by. Where is my other guy?
I kick ass for the Lord, so it would not be that difficult. Oh, there's ravens here.
Well, okay, I think I. Where the fuck are my guys? Oh, this will be good enough. All right, put that one in, and then my battle horror. All right, I think we're ready to rock and or roll. All right,
All right.
so you see what you see is what you get, and if you can see that far, more
All
power.
right. So it's always dark.
Yeah, remember
Right.
it's perpetual nighttime in the realm
Alright.
of shadows.
I'm gonna go invisible. So how high are the walls?
The walls are about 20 feet high.
I see a very thin strip of grass in like the castle wall. Is there not a door somewhere? And is there a door like somewhere in this wall that's right in front of us?
The people that can fly, go ahead and move your tokens around. Well, okay, all of you can fly. Just move your tokens anywhere you want. Take a surveillance of the area. Again, I rolled
Okay.
a 1D. I rolled a one, one in two chance of them attacking you. I didn't make it, so feel free to take a surveillance on the map that you are in at the
I'm not gonna
moment.
go actually into the main castle area, but that at least gives me.
Yeah, if you can't see inside the rooms, that's
Wait, where'd you guys go?
Went to the west.
It's cracked your shitty
Okay, so
letter.
that's why,
I'm
because
sneaking.
the bounds of the map was where we were at. We couldn't see inside the fortress walls. I got it. Okay.
There are a lot of werewolves.
Okay. So I could climb up. I could climb up the wall.
Yeah,
DM, do you have the height mechanics working? Like, if we raise our height, will we be able to see on top of the walls, or like
yeah, go
inside?
ahead.
Like these pillars right in front of me here. If I move here, this pillar directly in front of me. If I go up, will I be able to see, or is that like an interior area that I cannot see inside right now?
I think it's interior.
Yeah, it's interior area. Like,
Okay,
can
okay.
you point to it? Like, are you talking about this?
The ping isn't working here in this pillar.
Well, there
like-
might be a building. There might be a room in that specific area. That is correct.
But it's interior space, so
Yeah.
regardless of how high I am, I can't actually see inside of
Right.
that pillar.
Correct. That is correct. Yeah,
Okay.
you'd have to
Okay, thank you.
move inside the building or move inside the castle.
Okay.
There is a
I mean,
crazy, powerful
wait,
lady.
DM, this wall right here. I just climb up this wall right here.
Yeah, you go ahead and climb it. All right, so just move. Let me move you. Actually, I'm gonna move you. I don't know if you can see it. You probably can't see anything.
I can't see anything.
Okay.
How high are those walls, DM, that you just moved split up?
The walls in front of the castle are 20 feet high.
All right, thank you.
There's a.
All right, so I'm on the wall. I'm invisible.
All right, so
There's a way.
before we start rolling for perception, you guys surveilled the area. You have an idea of where you want to go. So that's when I will roll for me to see you guys. So you take your time, do what you got to do. As a matter of fact, we probably won't get into a fight tonight, because you know how long fights take, an hour and a half.
I want to go in on the right side. There is an opening that you come on the back. It's best.
On the right side, you said?
Yeah, on the right side here. If you go here.
Oh yeah. There is a entrance there. That is correct.
There. Mm.
Oh, there is. Morel's right there.
Mm.
Ooh, sneaky. I like
Where are
that.
you?
Where's the tiger?
Let's be sneaky. I'm cool with that.
I'm trying to find you guys.
DM, are you okay? Are you okay continuing until we get to a combat scenario, and then we could pick up that combat next session?
Yeah. We'll see how far you can get to the entrance of the dude or the big guy, and then.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, he might or might not be. What time is it right now, guys? Is it 9 o'clock? 9 o'clock. I think it's
9:15 Central Time.
All right, so
It's 4 in the morning here in Norway.
What time is it in Norway?
It's 4 in the morning, like after
Well,
midnight.
God bless you for staying up that late, that early.
I'm a doctor, so I don't see any up and down on because when you work, you work. You don't work, you don't work. So
Yeah.
I never sleep. Never sleep. Almost like Yoda.
By the way, you don't know if Mr. What the hell is his name? Mr. Hudson is either here or partaking in the sacrificial festivities, guys. So,
DM, what is this red thing right here?
oh, that's a graded door, a graded,
Oh,
a secret door to get inside the. I mean,
oh.
I should
Does it have a lock on it?
That is a yes on the check there.
Let me pick the lock real quick.
Check for traps first, man. Check for traps first. That's it.
Oh,
Nah,
yeah.
it's fine.
Oh, the DC for the door is a iron graded door with a key lock. So you have to put like a key inside the graded door. That's going to be 18 on the open lock if you want to go ahead and do that. Or pick locks. I think you have to have a
23.
Okay, thieves tool. All right, so you unhinge the locks and it opens. And then what are you doing now?
So, Squid, are you
I'm going
telling us
invisible.
through our telepathic bond what you're doing right now?
Yeah. Come on. Well, you saw like the door just swing open, but no one there.
Oh, because you're up higher than we are, we can't see what you're doing. So you're
Oh,
on
you
the
can't?
wall right now?
Wait, I'm at the floor.
You're at the floor?
No, I'm at the grate.
Yeah, you're in the bushes.
I did not see your character.
Yeah, he's right. He opened the door. He's the red line, squiggly line, is the graded gate. You are.
I don't see your character token anywhere, Squid.
Oh, he's invisible. He's invisible.
Oh, that's
Invisible.
why. Duh. Okay. I got it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna sneak my way in. DM would want me to roll a stealth check.
Yeah. If you guys are gonna roll in, make sure you're not making any noise.
I have the highest stealth. Let me roll a 32.
Remember, we have Rary's telepathic bond, so you can tell us what you see silently.
Yep. DM, is that high enough, or then you roll a bit higher?
Oh, well, I am gonna roll perception check whenever you guys. Well, yeah.
32. That's neat.
All right, before you get to that area, are you walking straight, like you are? Well, it doesn't matter. All right, you are walking through the area. You're fine. You're fine. You're too far away for them to give a shit. All right, so you walk to that area. You see the battle helm, horror talking to this lady here. She looks a little bit sexy, a little bit kooky, a little bit wild. You also see the order without their masks. So this is what they look like without their mask. This lady here is giving them basically, orders on what they need to do. Make sure that the NPCs, the heroes of the game, don't infiltrate the castle. And you have this guy here who you already know can see invisible. What are you doing?
Time for me to use my sneaking abilities. So would a sneak be a stealth check? Or a hide?
That would be stealth check. Yeah, you are correct on that.
Alright, I'm gonna use my telepathic bond and tell the party that there is the order and some other people here.
Yeah, the order and some.
So wait, which way is he facing?
He is facing away from you, talking to this lady here.
Alright, I'm about to. If I peek out. So wait, so this here is a hole? Like,
yeah, that looks like some sort of a well.
How am I gonna sneak past these people? Hmm.
Well, I'm just gonna roll for
Hmm.
perception against your sneak.
Okay. Good luck being a 32.
Well, it depends
Concrete.
on. I mean, what about you, the rest of your friends? What do you what? Well, what are you doing? Are you gonna go? What are you doing? I just wanna. I'm not gonna roll perception
I
if
mean,
you
I don't know if I can
are.
sneak past them.
I will go in and stand here and sneaking,
Sid,
stealthy.
have you communicated back to us what you're seeing and what you want us to do?
I mean, I told you guys that the orders here with some other people. I would recommend sneaking
And by the way, you
So
can
we
tell that
because
they're from
the
the
guy.
order because they're wearing those black dresses. It's just they don't have the fencing mask on them.
Okay, so only the guy in armor has the true sight.
Well, you've already made your check before you came into the city, so you
Mm.
can do whatever you want with that information.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to the cart and I'm gonna like stealth up next to the cart. Okay, I'll find you. You good with that?
That's cool. I'm just peeking around the corner because I see the
Yeah, I'm
horror
just
and
stealthing over here.
I'm not invisible, so I'm not staying there.
It'd be
Alright.
funny if I like sneak behind him.
Oh, their faces are so pretty.
Ah,
Well,
wait, hold up. If I go,
yeah, we're definitely not going to
Over
have
here.
an encounter tonight. But you still
can I
have to
climb this wall here?
make it as close to the Hudson man as you can. No, you can just
Okay.
you can basically no, you can. That's outside. If you want to go back outside, Mister Squid,
Oh,
you
okay.
can.
So if I want to climb this wall,
You can do it from the outside or from the inside. The 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 wall is 20 feet. Oh no, I'm sorry. That is a yeah. That's a 20 feet. That's inside the castle. So yeah, that's inside the castle.
DM, I have a question. Since the order people have their fencing masks off,
Yeah.
do we have any sort of check we can do to identify what they are if they're not
Oh
humanoid?
yeah. If you want to get the stats info, this is going to be a little high since you guys are not native to this particular Ravenloft area. That's going to be a religion check of 20. Let's go with 22. No, 24. 24.
I have no way of passing that period, so
wait, 24 what check?
A check,
religion.
yeah, a religion check to see what exactly these guys can do. And it's only 24
Jesus,
because
I'm not
these
getting
guys
that.
are not. I mean, it's not like you're from Ravenloft. You would never heard about these guys. So that's the only reason why it's 24. You might have,
Yeah,
you might have gone to the library back in Sigil and maybe read up on them, but that's what the 24 is for.
I got an idea. Here's the idea.
Yeah.
Minor illusion. I
Oh.
make it go one way, I go the other way.
You mean you want to alert the castle that there's an intruder? Am I correct on that? I just want to double check that.
No, because minor illusion, it says I can make it a small creature noise, which I can make like a rat, like.
Oh, okay.
You
It would
can't
go towards
you
the
can't
red.
make motion though. You can make a noise or the image of something within a
Yeah.
5 by 5 foot square
Yeah.
cube.
So I can do like a fat rat, like a very fat
Sitting there
rat,
doing nothing.
strung around.
All right. Well, do your thing, bro.
No, I need to reconsider. Alright. Is there a way I could, I couldn't push the wagon, I'm too weak for it. You would
Well,
notice.
if your friends want to help you out, because I see an obvious.
Alright.
Yeah.
Would you guys like to help me out, please?
What do you need help with?
Well, what
At this point, I don't know if I can sneak through him, so I might as well just try to kill him.
Well,
You're not gonna kill them all by yourself. Like, we have a telepathic bomb right now. We're just peeking around the corner. We can only see what we can see because we're not invisible. So, like, battle plan. What do you want us to do as a party? We can talk to each other silently.
The whole
I
area,
think we all rush.
the whole castle is gonna know you're here, and I'm gonna tell you this right now. They're all gonna swarm on you. All, whatever groups there are in the castle.
I have an idea.
We
Hey.
could.
Hey. Squid, come back to us. I'll polymorph you into one of those horrors. Because I've seen them. I know what they are now. I can polymorph you into one of them.
You mean
or into one of the orders.
Hey, you want to get in on this, Moro? You're not inputting here, bro. Help them out. All right. If he doesn't want to help,
it's gonna be a shit show regardless because of that.
Yeah, it's very
battle
tricky.
horror.
The problem is the problem is that we cannot use invisibility, and they will see through any magic, I think, because they have true sight.
Wait, I got an idea.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, they do have true sight.
Yeah, so if you polymorph, you will still see you. So the problem is it's better actually to try to sneak. I can sneak and
True sight
teleport.
affects polymorph? I didn't realize that.
Yeah, you can see through anything. It's the only thing they can not see through is actually melt into stone. Because then you inside the stone.
I haven't played high level enough to know that's how that interacted together with polymorph. Interesting.
So the
Good
best
to know.
thing
Thank
is
you for that.
best spell to sneak in the castle is actually melt into stone and go into a statue, and they carry you in. That's the best thing to get into a castle, but I don't have that.
I could
summon an earth elemental. We can start tunneling.
into like a worm.
Mm.
But that's only one of however many we might encounter.
Yeah.
Best thing.
I'm trying to.
Is the best thing is actually
customize.
either to a normal, to a disguise, normal disguise, or actually to try to sneak.
A normal disguise would work better than a polymorph because the disguise would just be a disguise without magic.
Yeah.
Normal disguise could be really good. So
yeah, but if they
try to be like a woman with the special crazy stuff, no. That's actually they look a little bit badass out there. They suck your blood.
They suck your blood.
Well, there's a couple of ways to go about getting into.
DM, can you drag my stone controlling earth elementals out of my bag holding, please?
Oh yeah, earth elemental. Are you gonna throw earth elementals into the area?
Not the plan. I got. Listen, if this works, my intelligence score increases by 2 points today. If this works. All right, here's the plan. I'm gonna cast out. Well, I didn't mean for him to spawn him, but that works too. All right, so here's the plan. Oh, he's on me. Hold on, he go outside the castle for now. All right, here's the plan. Ready? I'm gonna cast silence on him. Then he digs silently.
What's digging right now?
Yeah, the earth elemental.
Oh, the earth elemental. What did you? Isn't that how
You can
big
dig
is that
silently.
side behind the? Are you still behind the wagon?
No, he's
No,
inside
I'm right in front of you.
Oh, you did move back there. Okay, sorry.
Keep in mind, silence doesn't target a creature; it targets a 20-foot.
Yeah, but if you put it on an item, it can follow the item.
No, it won't move. It's a static.
No, I
point
don't
in
think
space.
Silence.
I mean, or we can go far enough
No,
away
that's
and dig.
You know, silence. You just target a point in space. It's not something you can hit an item with.
Yeah, you. It's stationary, is what I think you're saying.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's only gonna, like, he can target the ground where he wants the thing to dig, but that's only gonna silence 20 feet in any direction of digging, at which point he's at the edge of the silence.
You don't also silence the vibrations. So it's
Yeah.
two different things. So, um,
Oh, I'm
Where's
stumped.
Iridescence and his magical pigments? That would just be
yeah,
fantastic.
we can do the famous World of Warcraft thing.
You
I
realize
What
if iridescence,
it?
you realize if iridescence was here, everything in his bag of holding immediately got yoinked as soon as we got into Ravenloft.
Oh,
Anyways,
that's true.
so.
Yeah.
I
We
don't
forgot
know if
about
his
that.
magic his
The
pigments.
DM, the
Yeah.
DM screwed that before it even could have potentially happened.
I rolled
Yeah.
for it. You guys saw me roll for it, guys. I was being fair about it.
Speaking of, have you heard from him, DM? Is his work schedule opening
Yeah,
back up anytime
he's
soon?
still working. Yeah. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, he's been playing with me
Unfortunate.
for like, I don't know, 7 years.
Yeah, Wolfguard. So Iridescence is playing a psionic right now, so he's got so many insane abilities, and it's fantastic.
Yeah,
Uh,
Phalanx is
he's a good player.
I never read all the books there actually.
I think you guys are overthinking it, but that's just me.
Yeah, it's either attack or just sneaking. But I'm not bad at sneaking. I can teleport a little bit all the way. Nobody has dimension door. You can bring people with it.
I do not have Dimension Door yet. I have Greater Invisibility,
Yeah.
and I picked up Polymorph instead of Dimension Door.
Our wizard, who's out,
Don't we have a
tonight, should
helm
have
of
a spell to
teleportation?
help, but he's not here. So
Yeah.
I don't have any.
I mean, what we could do is, here's an idea. I tune to the helm of teleportation. Everyone goes inside the magic bag, and we teleport inside the castle.
All right.
assuming it's not warded in any way, that's possible.
Plus, if you do make it inside the castle, you might go in somebody's. You might teleport in to the fest hall or dining hall with all the remaining orderly females that are gonna wipe you guys out.
Yeah.
So, question: are the only 3 enemies we see right now is in this entryway we're walking into? Is the 1 horror and the 2 females? Is that all we see currently?
Well, I'm just.
Granted, there might be more in other areas, but all we see right now is how many enemies do we see currently?
Well,
Oh, someone just moved me. Okay.
I moved you because you stuck your head out and you saw this. So I'm
Okay,
just-
I didn't see all. I must not have moved myself enough. Okay, so
no.
there's 4 females and 1 horror that have line of sight of this entryway we're getting into,
Oh, yeah.
which is a lot because we don't exactly know what these creatures are yet, except for the horror.
Well, 24 to get the stats. Whoever wants to roll the religion check, it would definitely help you out if you make that check.
Literally not
Does
possible.
anyone have a high
Don't
risk?
you guys have like?
I have 1.
boosters or something? Don't you guys have?
I have a
boosters?
+1 to the skill,
I have
so
a
I could
+2
roll
to
it
the-
if
It's an intelligence skill, and our intelligence caster is
Yeah.
not. That's our wizard. He's not
our
here.
wizard with the abilities to teleport and to scry invisibly and to pass intelligence
Oh,
checks and
yeah.
everything we're needing to do right now isn't here tonight.
Oh, I got you.
Mm.
Well,
Looks
I don't know
wizard.
what to tell you. We can.
Unless you want to adjust the checks for the party we currently have, or you could be like, no, your character's not here, so you gotta wait till next week or whatever. But you
I mean-
mentioned we may not want to get into this combat until next week, anyways.
Well, the only thing that I'm waiting for is if you guys are crazy enough to attack these guys. That's all I'm waiting for.
I mean,
Oh.
I'm
I'm
trying to
crazy enough
attack
for
you
that.
guys if we have a sound battle strategy, but we don't right now.
We passed
Hey,
the
guys, hold
check
up.
on the horror earlier, and it's gonna be a shit show fighting the horror by himself.
Speaking of, for the horror, have you read his abilities and have you picked the 6 spells?
Good point.
We're not gonna do
You
that
need
tonight.
to define that ahead of
I'll
time.
kill you next
not
week,
him.
Lavanya. You guys will die
What?
next week. You guys will die next week, not tonight. We're almost.
I'm just saying, if you're having these horrors, you need to decide ahead of time what's affected by their abilities.
Oh.
For the moment
well,
in the middle of battle, you need to prepare for that ahead.
Yeah,
okay,
no
well-
cheating when we try to cast something, deciding at that moment
Can
that
you
they're
guys
immune to
stop
that.
focusing on me and worry about you? Okay.
I am worried about me, and this is why I need to know that you've already decided this stuff
I've
before
just
I engage you in
yeah.
combat, because that's part of the
Yeah.
order of operations.
I've already taken care of that. Let's see what you
Okay,
guys
I
are
just
gonna
wanted to
do.
know that you've already decided that. If you've decided that, cool.
Technically, I haven't decided that, but it doesn't matter because you guys are not gonna get into a fight tonight.
Yeah.
But you can bypass this encounter if you think hard enough. But maybe
We go a different way entirely. I do have a question. If I come out here,
You always say we can bypass things if we think hard enough, but you assume that we have every tool in the entire 5e system at our disposal. We don't.
well, for Mr. New Guy, you know what these guys have? They have staff of power. They got nuclear
Yeah.
arms in their bags of holding. So they keep
But I don't know that.
bullshitting me every time.
Hey,
they
DM.
give them a
DM,
challenge.
how
what's up
high
here?
does this wall of stone go? Like, what's the height, and can we climb this wall of stone and like just get over the wall without encountering anything
Let me check
over here? Or is
that.
this like a sheer cliff that we can't climb?
Yeah, it is. You know what? Let me turn on. It doesn't matter if you guys. Well, maybe it does matter. So this is the interior court, Lavanya. It's inside the castle. It's 20
So in
feet.
here we can't see. There's just a roof. There's not like a landing up there.
Yeah, there's a landing up there. Yes, you are correct. You know what?
There is a landing up there? Okay. How
Well-
high up is it?
I'm gonna turn on the lights because I don't want to confuse anybody, and then you yell at me for not.
I'm just gonna figure out our options
All
here.
right, well there you go. I haven't put all the bad guys. The important part is I haven't put all the bad guys in the rooms. I'm only putting
So
them.
how high up is the landing here?
Well, that's it. That's the actual mortar, the stone of the castle, and the. So your question is, the roof of the castle is 20 feet high because that's how high the walls are. Yeah.
So there's not like a walkway up there. It's actually
Yeah.
roofing up there.
Yeah,
Okay.
so you were correct. So what you're saying is this whole area, or what I should say, this whole area has a roof on. Well, this whole area has a roof on it. So
Okay.
yeah, there is. Since I know you can fly, this is the entrance to the downstairs. Lavanya, well, let me pick.
Where is
let me,
watching for your thing?
Yeah, I should have maybe mentioned it earlier, but it doesn't matter. All right, so this goes to the roof, guys. So
Oh, up there. Okay.
yeah,
So
So
there
we
is
just
some
fly up
sort of
there and just go
landing in
down?
that- there is some sort of a landing in that corner, at least door in that tower.
yeah. So if you want to go into the floor level of this area, take the roof and the stairs here, and then there is another stairwell that. Well, there's another stairwell that leads to the lower levels. So.
Well, let's go check that out and check it for traps.
So from the
Well, it's
roof,
over
we
here.
can
Guys, go
enter
fly.
and down this stairwell and avoid the whole exterior
No, you
courtyard
don't.
area.
You don't know there's a 20 people in there eating right now. So.
Right. We don't know that. We don't know what's in there, but there's a way in.
Well, I mean, it's just as dangerous to try this area as it is to go up the roof and into the storage room. Let's just call it a storage room. Because you
The
don't
thing
know.
that's bothering me is we don't have our wizard right now,
Well,
which is causing me concern.
Well, I have a wand of magic detection that I'm going to pull out of my whatever bag that's in and use that up there to check for any magic around that door up on the roof.
all right. So yeah, there is a. There's basically, you know how the roofs of those New York apartments have that little cubby room where the stairs go down. That's kind of like what I'm trying to. All right, so you're wondering whether there's a magical trap door that goes down that opens to this spiral staircase. Is that correct?
Primarily, but any magic within 30 feet of me up there around the door will register.
Okay, well, it's definitely magical. That's 100%. I do want to mention that Squiddy, I mean, you saw the well here. I'm not saying
Yeah.
that is an option, but that's just as crazy as what you guys are going to try to do, going inside the storage room. I mean, they're both.
We're still just scouting out the
Oh.
map. We're like, what's going on here?
Oh, okay, I got you. So the
When
only thing
when I sense the magic, is it emanating from the door itself?
it's emanating from the door itself. That is correct. Yes.
What school of magic is it?
That is. I think it's divination, but hold on. That is. Objuration.
Abjuration.
Abjuration.
Abjuration. Thank you. All right. Well, I don't
Mm.
know if that tells you anything, but whatever.
Tells me enough. I don't have dispel magic, and our wizard isn't here, so
I mean,
it's
well.
a shit show.
Hold on. Did I pick
Yeah.
up anything? Hold
And that's what you
Let me
get
look
for
at-
not participating in the adrenochrome ritual. That's what you guys get. All right. Well, do we want to wait for Mr. Wizard?
I think we have to wait for the wizard.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
You don't want to take your chances jumping down the well?
Nah, I've
Ellie.
learned.
You're not Alice.
Okay, so if we're calling it a night for tonight,
Yeah.
I'm
Sounds about right.
declaring this now.
Mm.
Whoever is in the party next week has inspiring leader on them with 19 temporary hit points. I will be a little late next week because my book club, the only day they had available for December is next Sunday, but we'll be wrapping up at a time where I could still get back for the latter half of the session to join in. So since I will be joining at some point, I want everyone to still start with their inspiring leader. If that's okay, DM.
Oh, yeah, whatever. You're the leader.
So, whoever's playing next week has 19 temporary hit points to start. I will join in whenever I get back from my book club meeting, which will be a little late.
What book you read then?
We read a short book because the girl who's hosting reads slowly. So I think it's a humor called An Elderly Lady's Up to No Good. That's what we're reading. I'm currently reading Brandon Sanderson books in fantasy and Stormlight Archives, and it's super good. And if you like to read, check out Brandon Sanderson. But that's my little plug.
Hey, we got I did a a forum post for another player, and it looks like we might have another player, maybe.
Mm.
Depends if they don't like my masochist or not masochist. The other
Misogynist.
thing, misogynist game.
Mm.
It wasn't even misogynist. I was just fucking with you guys about my feminist horse shit that I had, that I joke about.
But everybody is like that in America. I don't get it.
I don't see
Why?
I don't understand why he left. There wasn't any misogyny in anything in tonight's game.
So, DM, I will tell you this: when you make comments, when it's like all, when you apply the term "all" to a specific group of people, it rubs the wrong way.
Jeez.
I know that, like,
How politically correct
You're like,
are you
all
guys?
women are this. I was like, you realize I'm in your campaign, and I am totally not
you're-
this person. So
you're
it
one of
feels
the
bad that
guys.
you're saying that when you have a female in your group.
No, you're
That
one
is
of
completely not that.
No, you're one of the
And like,
guys.
I've yelled at women who have said the same thing about like all men are this, and I'm like, no, all men are not that. Specific men are that. So it's,
Mm.
I kind of understand where he's coming from,
Oh, I
but
got
at the same time, I know you, and I'm like, you just respect these things and you
Yeah.
let you roll with it.
Hey,
But I'm just like, I yell at both sides when you use the term all to a specific gender. I'm
I
like,
don't
no, it's not all. It's specific individuals. Period.
You're one of
End
the
of
guys.
statement.
I don't care if you don't like that, but I consider you one of the guys. We got a new guy in the game. We just are finishing up, Mr. Dash. The guys might want to talk to you about whatever. Are you
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
I was actually kind of surprised.
Wizard.
Suddenly, voice call. Like, hi.
Sorry, you
Oh,
should be
okay.
on a rant that I just had.
We were just
Like, and suddenly ranting about guys. Like,
Well,
Hi.
we were just talking about how my game is a misogynist, and
Oh, okay.
So our
I
DM
see.
made a comment about like women earlier, and a player who joined us last week dropped because of that.
Yeah, I just said, I don't get
Obviously,
it.
it's all men playing here except for me.
Mm.
And I just
Well,
kind of ranted when you apply the term all to any group of people. It's like, no,
Mhm.
it's not all. Everyone's an
Mhm.
individual, and individuals have their own issues. Leave it at that and quit applying blanket statements to all groups of people.
then I have a question. I used to be a woman, but now I'm a guy. Do I count as both then for this argument?
we don't care. Just as
I
long as you
honestly have
don't.
no opinion on that statement
Yeah,
at this
just as
point
long
in
as you
Okay,
time.
don't leave the
okay.
We just want to have
game.
a good time and welcome everyone to play
Yeah, just as
in the
long as you
game.
don't. As a matter of fact, all we did tonight was RP, and we didn't really get into any fights or anything. So
We're
yeah.
actually
Oh no,
setting
that's
up
fine.
for a combat for the beginning of next session.
Oh right, right.
Oh no, that's
Well,
fine.
you know what?
I run a game. I run a game on Monday nights, and one time we just had a fireplace session where we just talked about backstories and shit.
Oh, you know what? Now that you're here, we do.
Mhm.
We would like a spellcaster from what the guys are telling us.
Yeah.
No, I don't. I think we might be good on
I
spellcasters
heard.
with our new. So Dash, this is our current party build.
Okay.
Not with us tonight is Avanar, who's our wizard. He's a divination wizard. He will be back
Okay.
next week.
Okay.
I'm playing a bard, and I'm trying to cover gaps in the party. Based on the Discord names, Alstor and Drummer Boy are both playing monks. Morel has dipped wizard for a few things. Alstor, have you dipped wizard at all?
Rogue
You've dipped rogue, okay.
expertise.
And then Wolfguard is new this week. He is playing, you said a sorcerer?
I'm playing a sorcerer, a little bit fighter for action search sorcerer.
Okay.
Because you can cast 2 spells if you action search. That's insane powerful. It's like
Yeah. So we
Wait,
have,
hold
we have
on.
2 monks,
Back up.
we have a sorcerer
Hold on.
fighter, we have a wizard, and
Hold
a
on, hold
bard.
on.
We
Hold
did
on,
have
back
a
up.
psionic.
Back up, back up, back up,
Sorry.
back up.
Go ahead.
So I'm not trying to be a rules lawyer, but
We love rules.
I do like to know house rules and stuff ahead of time, so I know like if that's just how the table rolls, or if like someone just doesn't understand the rules or something like that. Like I just want to know where that line is, right?
So we do play rules as written.
Okay, then I would say rules as written. You cannot cast 2 leveled spells in the same turn, even with action surge.
Have you just look it up? It says this in the thing I'm gonna give you on that. I've been a GM for many years. You can cast as long action says it says
Oh, you
bonus
mean
action. Bonus
yeah?
action.
You mean like this tweet from Jeremy Crawford versus even then you can cast 2 spells on one turn, but one of them must be a cantrip.
No,
You're
yeah,
talking
that's-
about the bonus
that one right there?
action casting.
yeah, but
rules.
no,
Yeah.
it's not.
No,
It's not.
it can be a bonus action, but you can't cast say cure wounds and healing word in the same one because they're both leveled spells. One of them has to be a cantrip.
That
You
only
can't
applies because healing word is a bonus action. The
Yeah.
restriction on casting 2 spells, rules as written, is only when one of them is a bonus
It's a
action.
bonus
spell.
action. And you action search, you get another action.
If you read the player's handbook where they talk about that rule, it's specifically for bonus action spells. If you cast a bonus action spell, the only other spell you can cast in a turn is a 1 action cantrip. That's the rule.
Right, but no, I'm.
Yeah, you're posting. You're confirming what we're saying. If you cast a spell with a casting
I feel
time of
like-
1 bonus action, that is the
No,
only circumstance in which
I
you
feel
follow
like
the rule.
I feel like we're talking about 2 different things. There might be a miscommunication here. I'm talking about leveled spells.
But only if they're bonus actions does that restriction come into play at all.
Mm.
And that's what Jeremy Crawford's tweet actually says. If you cast a spell with a casting time of 1 bonus action, that is the only circumstance in which you follow the rule on casting spells as a bonus action.
Is that in an action surge you get an action, not a bonus action? Hmm.
Correct. Action surges, you get a second action.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do try to play rules as written. Our DM does, and DM, you can speak to this. He comes more from a third edition background, but he brought Drummer Boy Morell in as the fifth edition rules lawyer. So if you're concerned about like sticking to rules, Morell does
Okay.
check very
I
well
mean,
against the DM for adhering to rules, so you can talk with them about that.
yeah, but but like I said, like if that's how the DM rules it, then it's whatever. Like even if I personally don't agree, if the DM rules it that way, then it's whatever.
Yeah,
That's
and
how it is.
we will sometimes get into like debates about how a rule applies, and
Mm-hmm.
everyone can speak to this, but I feel like we do kind of land where everyone's kind of resolved on what the final ruling is with it.
Mm-hmm.
His intent is always rules as written, and that's like I help him with that. That's kind of why he recruited me, and that bonus action is rules as written straight out of the player's handbook that we're referring to.
Okay.
So
I'll
we try to play rules as written. So if you have an issue with something and you don't think it is rules as written, feel free to raise the concern, and we'll hash it out and come to a
Yeah.
resolution on it.
I'll what usually happens when that comes up with me that I'll like mention it, and then if it feels like it's something that's gonna be more, I'll just do whatever the DM says, and then we can talk about it after session. But we
Yeah,
don't
and we've
stall
had
it.
that before, and even like in-person games we have where like we make a ruling just to keep the session going, and then in a future
Yep.
session it's
Yep.
like, hey, we ruled wrong on that, let's reset. We'll
Right.
have
Right.
it.
But then like just for the sake of keeping things going, just make a ruling and let's roll with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Yep.
we're pretty good on looking up the rules. I mean, we don't really.
Yeah.
I mean, we have a couple of rules lawyers here, so it's usually not a problem.
This is a bonus action, you said.
Yeah.
There's a bonus action.
I'm gonna stop the stream since we're pretty much done. So I stream the games for the new people. I'm gonna put it in the clips and highlights if you just want to watch the game. All right, so
Yeah, it works.